Hello and welcome, lady and gentle, and all those in between of the internet. We're ya back. That's the only one you got. That's it. Only one you got. You get no more out of me. That's the only one, okay? I'd like to welcome you all, lovely folk, back to Neon Lights Roleplay, and more specifically, back to the sands of Zor'aa for the Seven Sons, our homebrew D&D 5e actual live play campaign. I got the fucking acronyms right, guys. I'm killing it.
Look at you.
Right. Okay.
Downhill from here.
Fair enough. All right, I got you. I got you. Guys, remind me about Luca's shout out before we go to break, okay? Because Luca did win, but we'll remind me of that later. So, I have with me 5 lovely adventurers who I'm ready to take back into the sands of Zor'aa to explore and have wonderful things. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves first and foremost before I introduce anything else. So, going in overlay order, please say who you are, where people can find you, who you're playing today, and answer today's question, which is, has your character ever dated? Or been on a date, been in a relationship, been committed to somebody, had a hookup or two maybe, gone on some sort of fantasy dating app? I don't know. They have like some things like sending stones. Where you put up like a message like a sending stone, and like you put it out in the magical
sending
way.
Stone dating service.
They all like they reply back if they like you, and like I don't know. I'm sorry. Take it away, Tate.
No, just the concept of fantasy dating system is now gonna get me. Anyways, my name is Tate Washburn. You can find me on Twitter, but mostly you can find me on here. I run the Neon Lights game. We'll talk about actual stuff like that other times. I'm also in some one-shots. We got a one-shot coming up. We're going to talk about at the end of this, too. Yeah, and I'm playing Wolf, the shifter barbarian, who I'm putting as much werewolf boyfriend energy as I can. He is
maximum werewolf
dumb,
boyfriend.
And he is happy to be involved, and he wants to encourage you to become the best person you are. Unless you're bad, and then he wants to bite you, like, real good. Just real big bite. Anyways, Wolf, I think Wolf, when he was younger, before he like really grasped this whole prophecy thing that he's been aware of for a long time, he dated a bit in like his own town. There's one guy in particular, Sile I can't even say this last name.
You got it.
Douglas? Yeah, Sile Douglas, who he's still friends with. The guy's like married, has kids, runs like the local inn now. But I think it's after he really got the gravity of like, oh, I might be this chosen one, and they kind of accepted it but kind of soured to the idea. I think he's kind of avoided dating people because he's like, yeah, I might die horribly, I also have to travel the world, and like no one in my position's ever succeeded on this quest for hundreds of years, for like at least dozens of generations. I don't know how far back.
Does happen.
So yeah, I think since then he's done like hookups at best, but he's also very easy to convince to do a hookup because he's dumb and he likes you generally, probably.
All right. Didn't know we were getting a life story, but we appreciate that. I'm fucking with you. Thankful, but I appreciate the answer, Tate. I'm fucking with you.
Wow.
All right. No, I'm fucking with you. I love you. I love you. I love you so much. I love you so much.
Keep it under 30 seconds, apparently.
I'm kidding. I just like to fuck with you. Go ahead.
I know.
Okay.
Take it away, Michelle.
I guess it's my turn.
It sure is.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm Michelle. I don't have social media. Don't bother.
It's not real.
I'm sorry if I'm coming off as gruff.
They can find you on here, though. They can find you on here.
Okay. You can find me on Discord here. There. Are you happy?
Aha!
There we go.
We found you. We did it. We found Michelle.
All right.
She
I'm playing
has exclusive presence.
I play what is it? Midstone Coatl, our wizard Coatl folk, who is a they them today. Please respect those pronouns. So any and all pronouns today is fine, but please respect that for today.
Indeed.
Crap. Has Mitz ever gone on a date? Well, considering I just found out that a date could be when two people who enjoy an activity go to a location together.
Do activity together.
Okay, look.
No, we have to keep going.
Anyway, so Mitz has been stealth dated before by their friend Paki Coatl, but had no absolute fucking clue. So when they found Nga, who is by the way actually just named Nga at that point, they kind of like they didn't realize they were dating and maybe broke Paki Coatl's heart just a little bit. Sorry.
Oh, Okay,
I'm
no,
sorry.
that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's an in-joke. We have to move on. Lucian, take it, please.
All right. Hey, I'm Lucian.
Wild creature.
You can find me here every 2 weeks, and besides that, nowhere else. And I play our pair of lizards, one folk, one giant.
Exactly.
I got it right this time.
He did it. He did it.
I did it.
He
I
did
did
it.
We're making progress. Who both like to fuck shit up and throw things. Now, to answer whether or not Ploy has ever dated, first of all, Net, big fuck boy, that guy. Ploy, on the other hand,
So is that a yes?
not huge on the dating thing. He always feels like when he was growing up, he was a bit of a social outcast because his he had like sandy colored tones in his scales, whereas the people in his village were more like dark greens and browns to fit in with the forest and swamp where they lived. So he didn't really quite fit in.
Racism.
Dan, how dare you?
Tragic.
I know, right? And then after that, he always felt like he had other more important things to focus on. So no committed relationships and not really much dating either.
Fair enough.
All right, I guess it's me.
It sure
hey
is.
guys, it's me. It's Hekalot. This has been a wild intro. I will be playing Z, the Clash Tar bard, who is part of the College of Spirits. Yeah, she's definitely dated around. Not like anything serious or anything. Probably some hookups here and there. Like, yeah, she fucks. Like, I'm not gonna hide that. Yeah, that's all I got for now. I'll plug all my
Also
stuff.
married now.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
married now.
you're in a
That's
relationship
gonna
now.
end.
Just she fucks.
What?
I can't.
Foxxii, what?
She fucks is so good. Okay. So
Okay.
that's fine. We gotta finish the intros. Dan, please.
I'm Dan.
Hey, baby.
I
What's
play
up?
Mako, the once proud thief, since soul-bound to a suit of armor and trying to gain his freedom. Mako hasn't really dated much in the last 300 years because, no body.
For reasons.
Kind of a hard hurdle.
He's got
to
nobody
overcome.
to date.
He's been feeling a bit empty recently.
Yeah. needs somebody to love. And before that, he was always kind of married to the life of a thief. Didn't really have time for much serious
Married to his
relationships,
work.
which probably worked out for the best when he was trapped his soul was trapped in a suit of armor for several hundred years. Because, not much could have made that worse except the thought of a family growing old, worrying about him while he was trapped and couldn't do nothing about it. So I guess things kind of worked out on that front.
Well, having said that, I am Young Foxxii, aka Big Foxxii, aka Permabanned Foxxii, as I'm currently permabanned from Twitter.
Twitter jail.
And I will be your host / maestro / everybody else that's not these lovely 5, I guess 6 if you include Net, individuals that they encounter. And as we've done more than enough memeing and dreaming for the
For
show's
all of
duration,
them, have they ever dated?
let's go ahead and head on our way in. All right. So we begin with a recap. Give me 1 second as I load up my my sound suites. Ah, yes, perfection. It begins. There we go. There it is.
The flow symbol gets me every time.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Just
sorry. I'm a
eating.
big fan. So, when last we left, Zenari departed from the party for a bit to head back towards the Storm Children base, as it was known that a certain recent revelation of hers needed to be checked on by Nakali and Lady Tamin, or Lady Temin. So, her and the young Ami departed for a bit, while the rest of the group continued on, gathering ploy from Boone, who had been with Joshua and getting into some trouble, unfortunately. They nonetheless rally and make their way towards the scout camps, where they finally discover the fate of those scouts that Nakali had lost contact with. They had been captured by Epeirian manhunters. Epeirians are these large centaurish, centaurs from the western jungles who have been raiding out into the coastal regions across the rivers, towards into the Dominion territory, as they had some grudges with the Dominion and thus sort of transplanted those to Sethani as a whole. And when they encountered those poor scouts, they simply just assumed they were another agents of the Emir and took them prisoner and to sacrifice them. But due to some very, very tacit and in-the-moment shotgun diplomacy from our resident werewolf boyfriend, they were talked down, and a tacit possible alliance is budding, with a declaration made that in a month's time, the leaders of the Storm Children will meet in the jungles with the leaders of the Epeirian tribes to talk over the transgressions that have happened to their people, and perhaps discuss what might be changed. Chat, please let me know how audio's going, by the way. The other thing I'd like to pass is an opening scene. There is a city, a town, if you will, familiar to most of you, actually. Most of you have been in this town at least once. You've certainly seen it. There's a hustle and bustle as tents are pitched and large fire pits are stamped together, and large festive banners are being thrown up. All kinds of fanfare being done to prep for what appears to be some kind of large festival and ceremony. Slaves are being funneled in through this into this thing, still bound in their manacles and chains, being taken towards a large campground, and those who aren't being made to work currently. And as this happens, an individual comes into town, talking to some of the individuals who are following the slave caravan. Just tacit conversation, and we zoom in on one of those conversations in particular. So how many of these are yours? The man says. Oh, 6 or 7 of them. A sort of 4-armed Hashari figure in a cloak says back. Most of these belong to the Emir. They are for sale if you wait for the festival, certainly. Yes, I planned on being in town for a while. My lord will be coming by. We're planning on gathering a party. Not sure if you've heard the rumors, but something was found in the Tomb of the Watcher. Something horrifying. We'll need every able-bodied slave, warrior, serf, soldier you can muster, if you have them to spare. The Hashari clicks his hands together, and Hand Takes Steel says, if you have the gold to pay. And with that, we will travel back into our party, who are currently, who are currently still traveling along the road towards Boone. They are about a day or so's travel from it. And as they are moving, it's about the next day or so's travel as you guys are passing up. You can sort of, gather yourselves up. Usual camp, bidings for as far as meals and things go. A simple meal's prepared for the party. You have your libations and your rations together. You get a nice hearty meal in yourself as the sun begins to peek over these wide dunes you're traveling. It's hot today, but temperate. Definitely not bad. There's no budding sandstorms. In fact, the dunes seem almost quiet today. Just very gentle winds blowing, almost cooling down what would be otherwise intense desert heat. This feels like it's damn near a perfect day, you wonder. And it's as you sort of have that thought and you gather yourself that you hear the beating of large leathery wings in this just flap, flap. And as you sort of gather up and, peek over as the sun is sort of blocking your things, you can see a large shadow as a massive winged creature with a long tail descends upon your camp, nestling itself just outside of where you all land. The wyvern comes down. Its big, deciding land, sends a big quick wave of wind and dust up real quick. There are 2 individuals, and possibly more, mounted on back as I'll ask a question. The first individual you immediately notice is sort of a Sethani individual in a blue cloak. Definitely a Storm Children soldier, as you can tell. Not one you've noticed from the base. Maybe you've seen him once or twice. He just kind of offers a wave to you all. Just, hail, travelers. I've brought your friend. And as he says that, he turns and looks over to, you guys notice, Zanari is on back.
Hey. Good to see you.
Hey, strangers. Think, where a bunch of misfits I'm looking for might be?
Hey Z, welcome back.
A
lot of things happened. But a lot of things
Yeah.
happened last we talked.
Pointed look at Ploy.
What now?
To be fair, a lot happened to us since he was away.
Yeah,
Fair.
you know, one or two things.
Yeah.
Nah, I think so.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah, like one or two things. Yeah, you look as Ami is there. She brought her along.
Yeah.
With her, and it's just
And yeah, she kind of just like pops up her head from kind of like the side of the wyvern, sort of like hip armor. Just, hi all.
Hi, who's this?
So this is Ami. I'm not
Daughter, I think.
entirely.
I don't know. I thought you said something about daughter.
Yeah. In a manner of speaking, I'm not entirely sure how this all works yet. With the, the talk that I had in that cave, and yeah, I don't really know. So there's gonna be a lot to figure out. But yeah, I kind of have a wife and a daughter now, I guess.
Sort of.
Oh,
Did the
that's a
lady
lot.
Sort of.
have any answers for you?
And I feel a lot less bad about what I did now. Knowing that, I feel a lot less
We've
bad.
all got into some mischief here, you know.
I mean, if it
We
makes it
found out
any
you
better, my
married-
wife is a god.
See, that's much cooler.
That does make it better. Does make it significantly better.
Also, we didn't really track your whole footsteps, Ploy. For all we know, you got married too.
You know?
Well, I mean,
I mean,
I will say at this point, I remembered most of what happened, and I don't remember any marriages.
unless
at
you
least
got married to a
not
sweet
mine.
roll.
Which you then ate.
No,
So I guess it's,
a
it's
sweet-
all
sweet
null and
roll
void now.
Maker.
Till death do us part, and then you ate it. So
Yeah, exactly.
It's not how it
And
works. It's not
so
how
yeah,
it works.
Ami kind of like just shimmies her way down off of the thing, maybe even kind of asking for help from Zanari as she kind of comes down for a bit. And she does speak again, just directly into your mind, Z. Just these are your friends, yes, mother?
She'll mind link back because #clash tires.
Yeah.
Yes, they're very trusted companions of mine.
He kind of she drops down for a bit. She kind of looks at all of you, doesn't say anything to any of you, but you see her nose twitch a little bit, and Zanara, you hear, they smell a bit funny.
That's kind of just wolf, honestly.
I won't translate that over.
Either he's
I don't have sweat
recently
glands.
bathed and he smells like. That's true. I think you would smell funny in that you don't smell like anything. Like there's nothing there.
Hey, listen,
Maybe
he's had that
feel-
cloak on for a while now.
I mean, I don't know if it
Fabric
smell
gathers
ugly,
stink.
but it does not smell good.
Okay, it's not important how much you guys stink.
Maybe
Oh, you
not
know
to
what is important though?
in
Them
either
ears.
case, the soldier sort
Have
of
you found
seeing
the
that his
ears?
seeing his passengers have disembarked, just says, "I'll head back to Nakali for now. I hear you're all heading for Boone, so be safe."
May the storm be at your back.
And he just sort of offers a wave back, and the wyvern kind of brays a bit and then takes off back into the sky, heading back north towards the base. And you all are left to continue traveling to Boone if you would like.
Well then. So, did you learn anything else from Lady Temin?
Sorry, there's a lot going on in my background. I don't want
That's
to.
right.
Don't want my mic to pick it up.
You got this.
Yeah. I didn't really have a lot of time to talk to Lady Temin, or at least like GM. We didn't really roleplay that out, so I don't really know what I learned at all.
Don't worry, we'll figure that out at some point later. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
You're still processing it then, I
It's,
guess.
it's just still happening right now. That's all. It's all still happening in real time for her. That's all it is.
Mitz is just gonna walk right up to Ami and inadvisably attempt to like pick her up and like, you know, do the whole like you know that thing you do with small children where you like, you know, toss them in the air lightly.
She flinches.
Aww.
Yeah. As you approach, she just like
Security
immediately just like
roll to
flinches
see
back.
if she catches, or they catch her.
Oh no! Like before you even
Inadvisably.
like before you get to pick her up, like the moment you reach out to her, she just like she flinches back towards Inari immediately.
Aww. Like you can just kind of like see like the tail feathers like just go down a little bit. But like instead of like, you know, actually like reaching out, like Mitz is just gonna be like, Mitz, call me Auntie. Hi, Ami.
She kind of looks, waves a bit, and then just kind of folds her hands in front of her. She definitely doesn't seem as afraid as she was a moment ago, but she definitely needs a bit to like kind of settle in.
Okay. Mitz is just gonna like wave and like, I don't know, try like start like, you know, pulling out like a few like cantrips to like see if they can like entertain Ami with like, you know, cute little sparkling lights
Trying
and
to
other
be
things.
Ant Mom.
Oh yeah, she just she immediately just wide eyes as soon as you start like just like pulling out like sparkles and small fireworks. She just and it's kind of just like watching in amazement for a bit.
She's very happy with that. Okay.
Well,
Well,
I
Mitz is
can't-
gonna mess around with that.
I can't meet a new friend and not offer them a sweet roll. And Ploy's just gonna like pull a sweet roll as if out of thin air. And just like
I
offer
just
it.
have one out of the sweet roll pocket.
Yeah,
Yeah,
out the sweet roll pocket.
Ami, she looks at it at first, and she's kind of like a little nervous at first, and like grabs it, like kind of takes it from you real quickly, sniffs it a bit, and then bites it, and just devours the whole thing, and like yeah, just has like a bit of crumbs all over her just for a bit, and just like
They're good.
Man, come on.
I know.
Not
My
not too
favorite.
many of those. She will get sick.
oh she's momming already.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
no.
alright.
Hey, I'm a mom now. I have
I'm a mother.
my child.
I'm sorry.
Small ones
Okay.
cannot have too much sweets.
So, is there anything that, and I'm mostly for the sake of, you know, getting to the thick of it, the day mostly passes without much anything happening. As you're traveling, you know, as you get closer towards Boone, you definitely do notice, you know, caravans and different individuals. Some of them appear to be groups of people clearly traveling with, you know, groups of slaves. Others appear to just be merchants coming in. Some appear to just be groups of travelers or pilgrims coming in for the festival of all kind. And as you kind of get closer and closer to Boone as the day goes on, you notice sort of that traffic increasing. And as the day comes to end, you are almost just outside of the town. Sort of like you can see sort of like the apex of like sort of the buildings kind of just ahead of you. Hear just like the faintest sounds of like construction and building and things like that. You get the sense that like this festival's probably about tomorrow-ish, if you get sense like Josh had to say about a week, and it's been about that long. The day is sort of ending, nightfall quickly arising. As you're sort of outside the town, no one really pays you all any mind. In fact, you notice there are some other caravans, you know, camping at various distances from the city. Just other people who, you know, kind of got a little tired and decided to kind of camp out here. So no one really notices or seems to care too much about you all, you know, being out there. And yeah, the night is yours. So unless there's anything specific you guys want to have happen or need to do here, we can sort of carry on.
Oh yeah, Z,
I
did you
think-
did you hear we met we met one of the other emirs in the desert the other day? It was wild.
Really? Wait.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What does that mean? Why were they there? Which one was it? I have a lot of questions. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember his name. It's
Recall.
just, you know.
He has his notebook out that he wrote it down in.
Nah, it would
It's
be
really spelled wrong.
Naila Al-Jazari, the Emir of Mirkal, is the one you met. Mirkal being
Ah.
that city to the far south.
Yeah, he's from the city in the south. We all hid, but well, one of us didn't do a great job. And the emir just gave us some money. I don't know why, but he's just nice enough to give us some money.
I wouldn't call him
Do you
nice.
do you want me to give you your share? I've got him. Net's holding it right now.
Sure.
Oh,
As soon
not
as like
experience.
she's anywhere near it, like could she like perform like some type of like Arcana check or something? It'd be like, you know,
Hey.
like, is this cursed? Is there something on this? Why was this just given to us? That is very sus.
See, this is
How do
why
I
we need
vibe
Z.
check the
He's the
coins?
brain cell of this group.
the singular brain cell.
How do I vibe check the coins?
You can give me some kind of insight check if you would like. I will.
Oh,
accept
okay.
will happily accept.
I mean, can we do more?
I'll accept Arcana too. Sure, why not?
Okay. It's only one plus one more, but I need this.
Call out your roll. I
Fair
forgot to
try.
put the dice window up.
Okay, 14.
So you take this sort of handful of coins and you're sort of inspecting them. The first thing you notice is that you did a bit of handling with coins while you were in Wadal for a bit. These look a little bit different in that they're the same size, definitely roughly the same weight, but the symbol is different. Thanks for the subscription, Turk. We love you. The symbol on them is different, where the first one sort of had a row of sort of small swords or daggers, if you will, kind of inwards in a circle. This one, strangely, doesn't seem to have a direct symbol. What it has is sort of just like this kind of like, looks almost kind of like waves, like a pattern of waves around it, almost like it's a mist of some kind meant to be impinged on it. But beyond that, regular old coins. You don't sense anything magical about them. They're not cursed or they're not going to explode or anything like that. They're just coins. Just coins.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was weird too, but I mean, I don't know.
I mean, Nikali mentioned that he's very shrewd. Very smart. But also, strangely enough, one of the nicer Emir?
I mean, he definitely seemed nicer than the other guy we met.
That's very fair. But that's the bar is
Well, that
under
is-
the sand at that point, but it's fine.
The bar is down in hell, and yet he's limbo dancing with the devil.
you know. Exactly.
We're told he's also among the most shrewd of the Emir, so nice or not, we should still be wary of him.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah, definitely.
He's buying protection of some kind. That was my first instinct. If there's not like trackers or anything on this, but I don't know.
I had a suspicion, but I had no means to check. And grateful you have returned to us.
Glad to be back.
Oh, you know what I just thought of, guys? Couldn't we cause a bit of chaos if we, because this money is definitely not from Wadal. If we ruin their slave market and left behind some money from maybe Mirkal?
Oh, so framing
Wouldn't that cause some
another city.
Oh, I think that would be a
Oh.
lot of fun.
I kind of love that.
Well,
if one of you wants to give
I just-
me an insight roll real quick, and any one of you will allow it, the DC is not very high. I want to quickly just give you, see if I can give you guys some information on this little planning as you just had it. Another 14. Yeah, Zenara, you immediately kind of recognize that, if the Emir of Near College is kind of handing out like coins like this to any traveler he sees, even like without knowing where they're from, you get the idea that like the symbols and differences on them might just be a symbol of sort of like which domain they're from, and not necessarily an immediate like denotation of different like coinage. They're probably interchangeable. And a real life
I guess we'll
parallel
just have
would be
to,
like
inspect the coins there. If there's like a bunch of these coins, it won't really do anything. But there are a
money
bunch of
travels,
different
right?
coins there.
Oh, yeah, like,
money
yeah.
does travel.
Oh yeah, like you definitely could cause some sort of. They definitely think there is some way to cause some chaos or some sort of confusion, but the confusion wouldn't just be from seeing these different coins around.
Mhm.
You'd have to sort of
Yeah,
lace
just a
some
little
more thought into
scrutiny.
that. Yeah.
A little healthy
And you know,
scrutiny.
framing Emir of McCall, I don't know. I like the idea though. I remember when he was monologuing at us, the other Emir that we hate, whatever his name, I don't care. Wolf does not care. I don't care. He mentioned some old man. He's like, the old man is doing something. I wonder if we can frame. That's the oldest of the Emirs, and seems like the old man that he might be talking about. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Were
He's
we
also
also-
apparently afraid of the old man interfering with his plans too.
Dog wants to leave. so,
God's back.
did not this Emir, but the previous, the royal dickwad. Did he not also talk about an old man?
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were complaining, or at least the asshole was.
Hmm. Not sure what to think about it.
Yeah, if we could figure out some way, I don't know how.
I mean,
I'm
was
not
it
generally the one who comes
traveling
with plans.
towards
Yeah.
Boone? Might be here.
No, I think he was traveling back toward the zone city.
Oh, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. I mean, they're kind of still away from where we were, but it seemed more southernly than northernly.
Kind of out in the
It's
middle
also
of nowhere.
possible there may be plenty of travelers in Boone at the time carrying Mercallian coin.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not going to be the way we do it. That
No.
seems...
We have other ways of causing a ruckus, as one might say.
Oh, yeah. But... we should actually meet up with our friend in town to really plan that. I feel like we might get information from him.
Yes, let's do that.
All right.
So he's gonna go back to working on his project.
So yeah.
I think Wolf would share his journal with with Zanari, just to be like, oh, because you like to take notes. And he'd like try to do the map thing that she does, and he can't. It's like a very bad scribble of the camp. Not that he's like bad at drawing, because he does do sculpture. It's just he has no idea of like, he had no idea how to like measure the actual distance of this. So he's like, everything is in the wrong spot.
I love that. I'm sorry.
Mitz is gonna like
appreciate it.
Mitz is gonna pull out their own project, but like, you know, sit off to the side with Ami and like just kind of be like, shh, it's a surprise for your mom.
Ami does kind of look at first a bit surprised, and then you see just like a sort of like almost mischievous smirk on her face as she just kind of says, So, the night passes, it's an even day, you awaken, and this, surprisingly, despite you guys not moving, the sort of clamor of the city just sounds a little bit closer. You get a sense that maybe, like, you know, the festival's kind of already starting and are getting up. And, you know, you awaken very quickly again, you ready your rations for the day, eat quickly and heartily, or maybe you even wait to eat until you get into town. But either way, you make your way quickly, swiftly, at about, you know, another hour or two's travel, and swiftly find yourselves at the gates of Boone. And I am going to do a few things. The first thing I'm going to do is see if I can get y'all on the map properly, as in, like, your tokens first. And then once I got that, I'll actually get y'all on the map. You feel me? And then we'll get some sound changes up. It'll be great. It'll be great. So, the first area you enter as you... Oh, you guys are already on the map. Look at me thinking ahead. Holy shit. Good job, Foxxii.
Hey.
Let's go ahead and bring y'all over, huh? So,
Look at this guy.
the first place you notice as you sort of enter and walk in is like you kind of walk through the sort of wide streets and find yourselves distinctively towards this sort of like what you remember originally as like kind of like the market center at first. It's a little bit distinctly different now, though, mostly in that there are, these sort of high tents pitched all over this place. You can see vendors and different performers and all kinds of street games. There are children running, all kinds of nonsensical things. You can arrange yourselves however you'd like on the map. Feel free. And as you're looking around and seeing this sort of large festival thing, you can immediately get the sense that the festival has already begun. It is, and actually, excuse me for not doing this right. pardon me. I thought I set this up already. Give me 1 second.
Use it.
Yeah, it's coming. Hold up, it's coming. Give me a second. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. There it is.
Those tunes.
Making it happen. Making it happen. So yeah, this festival is in full swing. Like, Ploy, as you get to here, you are almost amazed. As out of this tent, you just see 3 Sithani women in these very, very long, flowing gowns, just swaying rhythmically back and forth like this distant song being played, just dancing in spirals. And like you can tell, like the way they're dressed, their design, they kind of have these sort of like tassels on them. They're designed to kind of like sway in these incredibly colorful circles as they spin in these like very, very rapid spins. You know, just sort of dancing around you all rapidly, not sort of like paying you all any mind, but just like kind of putting on a show. Other people who are around are kind of like clapping to the to the tone as well. Just like, again, it's a scene. It's a marvel. And there are a couple things you are doing. So I want to know real quickly, what are any of you sort of directly trying to do, or are you just kind of looking to see if there's anything you notice here? Is the first thing I want to ask.
So Ploy's first thought is to immediately grab the 2 nearest party members by the shoulder and start shaking them and go, "There's a festival. There's a festival." And you know what a festival means? A festival always means special sweets.
Yeah.
I guess it's true, but we do need to go see Jacob. Jacob,
Gotcha.
we need to... No, what's his name?
Joshua.
Joshua.
I think you're
Joshua.
looking
Thank you.
Jacob.
Yeah.
Gotta go
Josh-
see Jacob.
I think Wolf is looking at his notes, and they're poorly written. He's like, Jacob? Joshua.
Right. Yes, we should definitely
should
meet
do that
Joshua
first.
Yes. Yes, meet Joshua first, and he's like in place, still like looking around, sniffing the air to see if he can smell anything.
Yeah. As you guys look up, that tavern you were in last time is sort of, excuse me, it is sort of off to the sort of top right over here. You can see it up here in the distance. And again, it looks like it's happening. It's active. There are people funneling in and out. There's already some people outside who look very, very drunk. And yeah, that you can. So that's the sort of the thing you definitely notice immediately, Wolf. Let's see what else is to be seen as you are here in this market, this area here. Mako, as you're walking over to that side there, you see over here a group of small feet as children, most Sethani, but a couple Janaka and even some Ashari, go skittering by you real quick, running by your feet in a rough pattern. They all don't appear to have much supervision. They're kind of just running in a rough clatter. But as you think that thought, you look up and see a Sethani woman, a little older, with some very, very simple clothes, and just the most haggard look on her face. You just hear her calling after them, Sethani, just yelling after these children. She tries to just wrangle them all up. She has one of them just by the collar, just holding them up as she's yelling at the rest of them. Just yeah, and just all this is happening just directly in front of you. Let's see what else there is to notice.
How close did the kids get to me?
Hmm?
How close did the kids get to me?
About 5 or so feet in front of you.
Oh, okay.
They don't get up next
You
to
thought they were
you.
gonna pickpocket you or something?
No,
Would you guess?
I'm just imagining someone going to pickpocket you and then finding out you're empty.
Just
and, the shock that would be.
they pull their hand out and
your
just
armor and trying to find a purse and be like, ah!
That's fucking hilarious. So, as this is happening,
The question is, the question is, where is the great Ozymandias, the regime that we got earlier in chat? Where is he? He's
I'll
here.
handle it. I'll handle
We'll
it.
find him. No, we'll find him.
I'll handle it.
We'll run into him.
Why did I keep that chat point thing up? I don't
Yeah.
know why I keep that up. I should take that down at some point. I don't know why I keep
Yeah.
it.
Ozymandias is a good fantasy one, though. I like that.
It is.
That's fair. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. In any case,
Yeah.
Zanari, there is definitely one thing. Sorry, actually, let me look at my notes real quick because there's a couple things that are still left to be noticed. There's 2 things you notice first and foremost. One, Mitz, you noticed this immediately. Do you remember that individual you saw talking with Salim Al-Draisi when you were being taken to his hole before you were all brought to him? It was a certain Hashari.
The Hashari, right?
His name was Hand Take Steel. And you see him. He is out in the middle of the street of this festival. You can see he has sort of you could call it a clipboard in hand, a board of some kind, or maybe like a scroll of some kind. Just reading, yelling, reading, pointing at things, reading, telling that slave to go over there, just very clearly just trying to keep some order amongst whatever the hell is happening. You can see him just frantically going about things. So much so that you aren't sure if he saw you guys when you guys you were brought to the meeting in the first place. But even if he did, he definitely does not notice you guys. He's too fucking busy. But talking of nobles, Zanari, as you're looking around, the one thing you notice is kind of off to the side of the, just kind of off to one side of the festival. Everyone seems to be having a great fucking time. Everyone's clapping and cheering and dancing and eating and drinking and heading to the tavern and heading off to this place and playing games. Off to the side, there's one person, and you only wouldn't have noticed him if not for the fineness of his raiment, just the quality of his dress, as it were. He's Sethani. He's off to a side, kind of leaning against a wall almost, head low, just kind of playing with something in his hands. Just looks very somewhere between bored and sad, maybe.
Will we recognize this person?
Nope. Not in the
Oh,
slightest.
Okay.
I will
Well,
keep that on my mental piece of paper and subtly and quietly tell the rest of the party, just hey, maybe clock that person. I don't know what's going on over there.
Mitz is going.
He does
Oh,
look
sorry.
up as you're all glance over. He does you know, in that weird way where like when enough eyes are on you, you kind of like feel it. Like he looks up. He doesn't really notice you all in like a general because there's a big crowd at you all, but he does kind of see you kind of like indicating to him, Z, and like there's like a very tacit wave, just like a. It's not like a friendly or recognizable wave, just like a, you know, two people make eye contact and you're like,
recognize you're
hi.
seeing me.
Yeah.
Yep. Giveaway back, I guess.
Yeah, and he just kind of heads back down.
I mean, I think the thing Wolf is actually trying to clock is maybe seeing or smelling like guards or people with like nice weapons. It'd be like the oil you use to sharpen a sword is what he's really trying to smell if he's smelling anything.
You smell this familiar and pungent holy oil, and as you kind of whip your head around to pick up the scent, you immediately notice there are Torvali in this town. You see just a duo of them with their jatas, their long dual-bladed weapons, just marching in like a patrol kind of fashion. They don't notice you, so either they didn't notice you guys at all, or they aren't the Torvali who encountered you all before.
Yeah,
but
he's just trying to clock these people, like where are they at, how many, stuff like that.
You immediately recognize as you're looking around like the whole festival, you're seeing about maybe 10 or so individually kind of moving around in different places, you know, patrolling, guarding some buildings. You look, and as you kind of like pick up a slightly stronger notice, you notice that sort of down the road for the way, there's this big building that, by any guess, appears to be like the mayor's hall. That's sort of like place where like big important events are held. And there are a few Torvali standing guard on that. Two of them, in fact, are on top of these large crocodilian beasts that they're kind of riding, who appear to be just swaying their heads back and forth. You see those four kind of outside of that large building. But other than that, you get a sense that there may be a few more out like throughout the town individually, but you'd say no more than 15 to 20.
Okay. Question for the GM.
Answer for the player.
Can Mitz try to just reach out with their senses to just check to see if there's any kind of arcana going or magic going around? Because Mitz is interested in, because one, it's a festival, so they might have some interesting magic going around. And two, just in case somebody since they know magic is rare, in case there's any sort of alarms around.
So, could you go ahead and give me a quick little arcana check if you don't mind. And tell the chat your roll, because I haven't put a dice up yet. I don't feel like it. I'll do it before we come back from break.
It's a 10.
Oof. So you reach out, and there's a lot of ambient magic going on. You could sense, the first thing you pick up is this is a street performer or something. This is kind of making some ambient light show happen, and you kind of pick up on that immediately. Just crew magic like that. The Torvali, who are all divinely empowered, you immediately feel all of them around the city, sort of that. You also get some other very strong magical presences are present in this town. Two in particular, and there's some other ones that feel relatively magical powerful, maybe on the level of you, if not maybe a little bit stronger. But there are two in particular that feel just like wells of magical energy. They are just intense. In fact, one of them, just tacitly, you've definitely felt before. Hello. In fact, no, both of them you felt before, actually.
No.
Oh no. Well, Mitz is gonna be first is going to mention that try to point over to the very frantic looking handtake Steel, and be we should probably avoid him. This is the Hishari that I remember. It's a little busy right now though, but I felt some very familiar magic. It's just gives this an incredibly aggrieved sigh and is I think it's the asshole.
For context,
well, we wanted him here.
No one wants to say his name. His name is Salim Al-Draisi, by the way. He's the Emir of Wadal. Just if anybody wanted to know that, audience sake or anything like that.
Yeah.
Mitz refuses to dignify him with a name.
Yeah, imagine using his name.
What's his name? Sally? I can't read my notes.
Fucking Sally? Fair enough.
Sally.
Sally.
You got it there. So yeah, fair enough. How do y'all want to proceed, by the way? Do y'all want to head into the tavern? Do you want to travel on the festival for a bit?
I do think Tavern is best
Yeah.
first, just to
We should probably meet Joshua first.
find Joshua.
All right.
Like it's like, but
Find the boy.
arcane scrolls and writing and.
We should definitely check those things out. Just, I think he will give us important information on how not to be found or where to avoid.
All right.
Oh.
It seems
So-
like there's a lot of people around here that might notice us and recognize us.
Mm-hmm.
So you move towards the tavern, noticing a pretty obvious crowd building around it. Pretty directly, pretty straightforward crowd building around it. And you kind of use that crowd to kind of like mask some of your presence for a fair bit, so it's a little bit easier for you guys to get around this place. The tavern is familiar, and it's, beyond the shadow of a doubt, almost more than anything else, noisy. Fuck. Because you can just hear just the clatter, just the clatter of just people all around, just like you can just hear like people just, drinking and eating and laughing and telling stories and shouting excitedly, all kinds of fun, exciting things happening. And you make so the tavern doors are here, and you can go ahead and make your way in if you want to head in here. As you kind of come into the first door, you notice through this door here, the tavern kind of separates here. There's sort of ways down to like, rooms, like a place to stay, obviously, something to that effect. And along with that, there's also just like over here kind of hits like the tavern proper. You can hear just an insane amount of noise coming from over to the left here. And if you want to just head into there, you can. Feel free.
That's I think where Wolf is going to check first, because that's where they found him the first time.
Yeah. So, you
Nico
head on.
was going to check the room that we remembered him that he was staying in
Fair enough.
when last we saw him.
So you head to that door, and you go to the door, you try to move it a little bit. It's not locked.
I
go.
knock.
You open it.
I knock.
You hear from inside a feminine voice say, "Just a moment."
I think I may have the wrong room.
She doesn't say anything in response.
You're obviously a people person. Just figure out what you can from her. It's fine.
But as you all walk into the tavern, you all notice, undoubtedly, so yeah, just there's a lot of party goers here. I know the tavern itself is actually empty. I wasn't gonna make tokens for all the people who are here, but it's full. It's stocked. There's people at the tables drinking and eating and imbibing and having a good time. There's a full bar of people over here, gathering drinks. There's actually 2 bartenders working here. The male Sethani who you encountered working there previously is not there. There are 2 slightly younger looking women Sethani who are handling the bar, offering sort of coy smiles and like sly compliments at people as they pass them drinks and things like that. Off to this table over here, just kind of handling himself a plate of food of some kind, is Joshua. And he appears to kind of be blending in, just having a good time, not really bothering anything. But he just kind of like, almost as if he maybe was kind of like keeping an eye on the door. You see him peek over, and then see you all kind of come in, and just kind of throws his head quickly over like towards his table.
Wolf would call back to Mako, be like, "Oh no, we found him. It's fine. You can avoid social interaction if you'd like."
You can avoid socializing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Sorry, give me 1 second, as I forgot to grab his token.
I can avoid having to ask about his whereabouts without giving us away.
There you go.
Exactly. You worry about that, huh?
So yeah, feel free to come and gather around your friend. You'll notice that as he gathers around, there is sort of like a tray that has a large pitcher and several cups, and there's this very fragrant wine coming out of some of the cups already. And as you all just gather around, Josh just says, "Friends, how'd the scouts go?"
Well,
they're
they're not all
alive.
dead.
Alive is good. How'd that happen?
We met the Empyrean. We may have a chance to talk to them. They didn't seem very happy with you, and Wolf actually gestures to just like everything with you, your whole country. So,
Well, that makes 2 of us. Wait, you met
Exactly.
the Oppessors and didn't get gored?
well,
Impressive.
it helps when you. I was surprised with myself, honestly. Wolf actually seems a little like still thoughtful on that. Like he's still processing that event. Has feelings about it for some reason.
Well, the hairy one's rare diplomacy aside, I'm glad you all made it back alive. As you can see, the festival's already in full swing, and it'll be this way for 3 more days. Nonetheless, I've been, well, doing some gathering, so I have some intel, if you all don't mind and have a moment. First, please, drink if you'd like.
Yeah.
Don't mind if I do.
What? It tastes smell real good.
Yeah, hold on for a
Is it
little
nice
bit.
alcohol or?
Huh?
Is it nice alcohol?
Oh yeah,
How's this wine?
it's like fancy shit. Like it's real nice. Like
Yeah.
it's like it's some reserve shit. Like they've been keeping it in the back for a bit, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, Josh
Well,
is kind of
by being a large barbarian man, he's appreciating it. It's like, yeah.
yes, like Wolf. How do you drink? How do you guys drink these? You guys just take them back? Do you sip them? What's the setup here? What's happening?
I mean, if
No,
it's
it's
wine,
not- he's gonna
like
taste
I'm
it,
gonna, I'm gonna savor it.
I
If it's wine.
don't.
Fair enough.
Oh.
So yeah, Josh just kind of just takes it. You see him. He has like the cup in front of him. You see him pound his chest twice, shout something in Sethani, and then just down it.
Oh.
And then he like puts the cup down on the table. He just goes, "Hey!" No, none of you.
Hey.
I was gonna
Just-
put a
just
hand
gonna-
on Josh's shoulder and say,
I don't know what it means, but hey.
not this time, friend. We went a little too far last time.
He kind of
Gonna chill a little.
he just wilts a bit and is like, "Wise words." All right.
Also, this is.
Gonna point at
Hey,
small
stop.
child sitting next to
Enjoy
Z.
it.
Ace is,
Listen, Z's not participating in like the drinking a ton, but you know, Josh can have his fun. He's fine.
yeah.
No,
Joshua
I'm
does
confused
look at
as
you,
to
pointing
nice
out
wine.
Ami, and just is like, "I have several questions, the answer to which I assume none of which are simple. So,
Yep.
anyway, so here's effectively how this all functions. There are a few sections of the festival you should be aware of. The festival itself proper you pass through, which is the current market square is being appropriated for. When the time comes for the actual market, the slaves will be brought out there in chains and sold off and auctioned off at a time. Most of the slaves being brought here are the emirs. Some belong to private traders, other individuals. Curiously, however, a small party was brought by another emir. In particularly, the emir of Mirkal. Not entirely sure what he's doing here, but if two emir meet at a market like this, there's usually diplomacy involved.
You don't say.
Well, don't dwell on that for too long, because there's still more info I'd like to give. Most of the slaves, as I've said, are being kept at a camp just outside of the town. You probably passed it on your way in without noticing it. Kind of looks like a small shanty town. It's not being guarded by any Torvali. They can't spare the resources. Instead, they're just some surf warriors keeping their eyes there. Nothing you can't breeze through, but if you're going to fight them, try not to cause a scene. Nonetheless, that's only if you want to make your way into the camps for any actual purpose. If you don't, I have a thought on that. We already have some people inbound, some troops of mine who I managed to rally while you were spending time. I told them to meet me here and we put them as sleeper cells, but if you plan on already making some chaos happen here, I could maybe insert them into the slave camps, possibly? See if I could, I don't know, radicalize the masses? I wouldn't mind taking at least one of you with me, though, just to be safe.
Play distraction.
I mean, we could definitely think of something. I think Wolf has a pretty good idea of like the shape of the town.
Mm-hmm.
I think what he would like to, I just don't know how to ask this in character, is like, does Joshua know the movement of how they're going to like do the auction? Is there a point when they're most vulnerable to breaking out? If he's going to do this thing, and this would be in character, if you're going to do that, we really need to know the best time to help you, if that makes it. Like, when are they being moved? When are the guards stretched thin? Things like that.
I agree. A fantastic question. And in fact, when it comes to opportune time, well, there are three. The first and most simple option would be, well, we could do it immediately. Shock and all. Radicalize the slaves, attack whatever we can, cause chaos, see what we cause out of the emir. Maybe just rattle them for a bit. Option two, we wait for a bit and try to make it happen before the auction. That'd be a good point in time, as if there's one place wherein slave morale is the lowest, or most susceptible to changing, it's right when one's about to be sold. The third option, which would be the hardest to pull off, but would certainly send the most message, and he kind of grins a bit. The third day of the festival, after the auction itself, is a sort of banquet, as it were. The mayor's hall is taken, and only those who have noble status are offered in to dance and trade, talk politics. If the two or me are to meet and have their talk, it's bound to happen there. I don't know if you all plan on getting any shot at Salim himself, but if you were, it's just nothing more from there. In either case, while the slaves themselves might already be secured at that point, bound for their new master's camps and being ready to be loaded on the caravans, the Emir themselves will be the most concentrated and the most vulnerable. The choice is entirely up to you all. This is your operation. I'm just here to help. Nonetheless, whatever you want done, let me know so I can best assist you all. There is one other thing to be aware of, just in case. A warehouse off to the east of town. I've been monitoring it, and mostly it's just been, I guess, shuffling in supplies for the festival, food rations, fireworks for the later send-offs, and things like that. But there were a few, crates of things being moved in. Kind of discreetly. I don't wager it's anything critically important, but information is key when it comes to things like this. So if you all found the time, or failing that, wanted me to take in my minute to check it out, we could do that.
That sounds like a fun time.
Apologies for all the information.
But
I'd just like to know what your plan would be.
we should take some time to consider, I think.
Yeah. Talk it
Those
over.
crates, for instance, sound important, possibly, but is it worth us being revealed to go get them?
True.
There'll probably be some resources, but is it really our goal here?
We don't even
There
necessarily
might
have to go get them. We
be
could just
firearms.
sneak in and see what it is, and then sneak out.
Could we possibly meet with that? Who is that lady? The gossip whisperer.
The lady
don't-
that sits on the chair. Yes.
Yes,
Hey, did one of you write her name down? Because I didn't.
I didn't either. I just remembered her as the lady who knew everything.
All right, we'll work on that. Don't worry about it. Actually, maybe I
Yeah.
did. I don't know. Anyway,
You know the
Because-
nameless lady that sits on the chair.
yes.
Yeah, I was like, that doesn't help me.
It's like, well, Myth's
For
gonna-
context, last session they encountered a woman who appears to be sort of a secret sayer / gossip keeper around
Oh,
town.
okay, then yeah, I wouldn't have that. Okay,
No.
it's fine.
Yeah, she knows a lot about what's going on in this town and what's happening around the town, so long as you have the gold for it.
Joshua pipes up and says, "You all mean the cloak, yes?" Ah, yeah. I could probably. Oh boy, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
It's like, didn't she try to kill you the last time you talked with her, though?
Oh, they do have a thing.
Yeah.
It seems adorable.
We have-
Wolf, that seems adorable as wants to stab.
We have history. I could get you all an audience, but it'll cost me.
Well, do you know where she
That's
went?
what?
I imagine she normally sits in the market. Would
Do you
she
s-
have moved?
is that cost what said out loud, by the way?
Yeah. Well, it's like,
He
Easily did it,
faintly
but, like,
mumbles, and I think
cost you
Wolf,
what?
you would definitely hear this because of your enhanced hearing. He just faintly mumbles, "My dignity." He just huffs and says, "I don't know, 100 gold or two."
Oh, it's interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Because Mitz remembers paying distinctly less than 100 gold or 2.
I mean,
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
have history.
she likes
though.
you.
And
yeah.
Wolf would definitely, like,
True.
very not discreetly be like, that does sound like a heavy cost. Trying to indicate he definitely heard the first part, but no one else did. But not saying it. It's also very obvious to everyone else. Like, yeah, that's a lot, huh?
Listen, if you want to
Flies
check
right
around the
over Mitz's
festival,
head.
she's probably hanging around some corner sleuthing and trying to seem imposing. You might have better luck talking to her than I would, but if things don't fall through, just find me here, I'll grab a room.
Okay.
Nonetheless,
We almost tried to grab your old room. It was interesting.
yeah, I couldn't afford to keep it for a while, so I went out to go make some money
Sure.
for a bit. In either case, so I assume we're not going with the immediate plan, in which case, I'd say take today at least to just enjoy the festival. Check around, maybe talk to some people, eat a bit. Enjoy Sithani culture at its fullest. A slave auction, he says with an awkward smile. He says, there is one other thing if you all weren't planning on staying and drinking for a bit. Have you spoken with Nakali recently?
No.
Zenari was just there.
Yeah.
Not entirely, I don't think.
Might
Zenari,
have been
They
like
did
2
sign
days.
off on your plan to use the slave auction.
yeah, I thought that. Zenari, how's her temperament been? And out of character, I am fully giving you the full reins on this.
Oh, great.
Monster of the week, this. Let's go.
Yes, that's my quote. That's my line. We're Monster of the Week in this.
Monster of the Week in this. I think since last all of us were here, or all of us were there, well, you were there too. You saw how she was. But I think having some quiet moments and having less of us knocking skulls around there. She's healing slowly, but she's healing.
Healing's good. Thank you. All right. Well, my diversions aside, what are you all planning to do?
There's some information, I think. Some more.
What time is it?
It's
Early in the day, right?
early in the day, about
Early in the okay.
8ish, 9ish, 10ish.
Yeah, because we camped just outside of town.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not. It's like it's before noon.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to go around town and see what there is to see while very much avoiding where at least the one Ymir of Wadal is. I would rather not get too close to that.
Speaking of which, actually, Joshua, what do you think? Any odds of us getting recognized around here? There do seem to be a lot of people.
Yeah, are there 400 posters? What does mine look like? I want to know.
This town's insanely crowded
Mirror
right
of
now.
Recall already knows my face.
Well, you have a few things going for you that help out in this instance. In one instance, also hi from a new person from the UK who just popped in. I totally didn't notice that. Hi, new friend. Didn't notice. Anywho, so Joshua turns and just says, Joshua turns to you all and says, you have a few things helping you out in that instance. The first is that this festival is being held in a small trade town and not in Wadal proper. So most of the people who are here are travelers. Some of them are certainly from Wadal. You might get picked up by a random traveler or anything like that, but the Emir himself, let's just say he's busy. As long as you keep your head low and don't cause too much of a commotion, I can't see any radar popping up on you too highly. Nonetheless, the Torvali are still here acting in patrol, so try to keep them out of your sight if you can.
Okay.
Other than that, I've been blending in here pretty well. Granted, I've been spending most of my time here drinking, but still.
An easy way to hide, to just look like you belong, right?
Exactly. Well,
Yeah, Wolf was just going to explore. That's his own plan.
yeah. Well, what are the rest of you up to? Let's go one at a time. Mitz, what's your plan right now?
Well, talk to the cloak, see if they can't pick up any interesting new rumors or secrets, because secrets coming around floating around. It sounds like the cloak is the person to go to ask. Just anything new. And otherwise, see if we can't find any new interesting. Well, it still needs to find some things for the surprise, and maybe something arcane.
Fair enough. Let's go next. Ploy, what's your plan? What do you want to do?
Well, he's gonna turn to Joshua and ask, "Hey, Joshua, are there any festival-only sweets?"
He says, have you ever had a devil sweet roll?
A devil sweet? No, I haven't.
Friend. Outside, 3 carts down, take a left turn. You can't miss it.
I'll be there immediately.
Yeah,
Zenari,
Ploy's already gone.
what's
up,
your
Ploy.
plan? I think you muted, my
Can't hear
love.
Sorry?
Mike
Can't hear Zerhek.
broke Mike. Mike
What do you
Michelle.
mean?
Wait, no, we got you now.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I was like, huh?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
you
what?
just weren't coming through for a minute there. It was weird as
We're
fuck.
talking.
Okay. I don't know.
It's fine. Don't stress it.
I,
It's not a problem.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah, if we're just enjoying the festival, Z would probably just like take Ami to see various like whatever entertainments around. Yeah, like maybe a sweet or two, but not a lot. Not a lot.
No more than 2 sweets.
Yeah, exactly.
She doesn't say anything. You can just like
listen,
hear the
listen.
pout in your mind. You can just like you can feel the pouty face in your mind.
Like, listen, I've been a kid before that's eaten too many sweets at the circus. It's not a good time. I don't do impose that on her.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Devil sweet roll.
Double sweet roll. So yeah, that I don't know, just seeing whatever entertainment's around. And
Fair enough.
just enjoying the festival.
And Mako, what do you want to do?
Well, since a few of these plans seem to involve infiltrating the slave camps, Mako was going to try and do some reconnaissance, get a sense of the guard shifts, and when they would be most vulnerable.
Perfect. I would like you to give me 3 skill checks. I will let you decide which checks they are, and what skills you tell me that you have time to think about this. So take a minute to think about this. I need 3 skill checks from you. You can decide what skills they are. What skills you tell me will determine what I say the DC is, and based on how well you do, like how many you pass, will determine how much information you gain from your reconnaissance. Take some time to think about that, but I will ask you to justify whatever skills you do. So say if you say like, oh, I want to do, I don't know, like sleight of hand, justify you, I don't know, trying to like pick a lock without being seen or something like that, you know, like stuff like that. Anyway, we'll come back to that as I start to run through people's events. So Wolf, you head out. You're off in the festival, just palling around, just seeing what you can see, you know.
Get a good smell.
The first thing you notice
he
is
does.
that there are an insane amount of people who are offering you drinks. Like, everywhere you turn, someone has some large sort of barrel of some kind, and they're just pouring out glasses and just, like, handing them to people. And it's not buying. People aren't buying these things. They're just handing them off to people.
Okay.
And, like...
Wolf's been to festivals before, so he's going to only take the ones that smell good.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
If it's really crappy alcohol, he's like, nah.
Oh, yeah, and they don't mind. There are other people who seem to be, like, kind of, like, picking it up, smelling it, and, like, handing it back, or, like, you know, taking a sip and then pouring it out. It's kind of just like, it's a festival of opulence. No one seems to fucking care.
He knows that he will absolutely overdo himself if he doesn't be picky, so he's trying to be picky for his own health.
Yeah, so you go around looking there for a bit, and you notice, again, just almost like as if you kind of just like, as you're passively looking around, Hand Take Steel walks within maybe 15 feet of you. Doesn't notice you, but walks past you. He appears to be very hurriedly moving towards the mayor's hall. Just kind of, again, just like rapidly checking that list. In fact, it's kind of like buried in that scroll he has. So he just kind of whisks right by you and doesn't notice you at all. Doesn't have any bodyguards or anything. Just him.
But he's heading, like, when you say heading towards the mayor's office, is he, like, kind of close to it? Is he within eyesight of that? Because I don't want to mess with him if the guards could see me.
If you grabbed him right now or something like that, did something to him right now, probably wouldn't notice. But like if you let him get maybe a good like 30 or so feet down the way, he'd probably be within like eye shot of it.
Oh, I don't know. Wolf's gonna. Wolf is very tempted. I think I know what Wolf would do. So Wolf has traveled a long ways, and he knows what it's like to be a stranger in a place. Like you look weird and different. So he's actually about to try and play that up a bit, and is going to very quickly kind of just grab the clipboard, but then act as dumb as possible, like, what is this magnificent contraption? To give him time to read it.
Okay. Could you roll me some kind of like deception or performance or something?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh
This is gonna be
no.
weird and bad. Yeah, I'm sorry, but he's gonna do it.
Do it, bud. Go for it.
Uh-oh.
You just roll.
Let's see it.
So
It's a
Oh,
4.
come on.
So
Here.
you snatch
Could I argue I
the.
look so big and dumb that I could have the advantage on that for the 14?
You know what?
You have an
You know what? You know what?
unredeemed,
You know what?
+2.
I'll allow it.
Hey.
So you snatch the list. You pick it. You just take it from his hands. You're fairly taller than him than he is. So you kind of like take it and lift it up.
Yeah.
And he's just, but what? And you kind of take it and you begin to kind of just like look at it. What is this strange piece of parchment?
I rotate it so that it looks like I'm just looking at like all angles of the wood.
But as you're looking
Only
at
look
it,
at the list for a second,
you do notice it's written in. There's two lists, one written in Sethani, one written in common. You get sense it's maybe so it could be used colloquially. But the common list is a list of, well, immediately you sense it like the first thing is materials, like supplies, things you need for the festival. Things like food and rations and fireworks supplies and things like that. It's also a heavy amount of manacles kept there. Not magical ones, just regular old manacles. But the second thing you see towards the bottom of the list is a manifest of all the slaves that are being held there. You can see there's a large truck in there that seems to be under the Emir's direct party. A very small party being held by the Emir of Mirkal, about 5 or 6 of them. A couple private traders who have between like 7 and 9 slaves between them, individually. And one other individual who has, and their name's kind of listed as, give me 1 second, I actually have this written down. Their name is written as, I actually don't have this written down. I had it written down. Sorry, I lied. Their name is written as, and I'm just going to pick a random name randomly. Their name is written as Dia El Manin, and strangely enough, despite it not saying them having any kind of notable wealth or title or anything, it says their manifest includes 7 slaves, which is a good number for one person to have. Which even you, Wolf, you look at that and be like, huh? But eventually, after you get that much information, eventually he kind of just like, eventually he gets like, Hand Takes Steel looks mad at first, but then he looks over just, kind of says like, oh, he's dumb. Excuse me, could I please have that back?
Oh yeah, sorry. Just marvelous. We could use some of this. Where I'm from, our backwards land. He's like kind of playing it.
Yeah, he just kind of takes it and just says, yes, I'm certain, and just kind of again shuffles along his way.
Is there anything I could do to make up? I was rude. I'm sorry.
Nah, he seems like he's in a rush.
Oh yeah, he's just gone ready. All right.
Yep. Let's slide over to. You know what? We'll come to Mitz in just a moment. Let's briefly check in on our people who are grabbing or looking around gathering sweets. So Z, you decide that since you're gathering sweets, maybe a double sweet roll seems like a good idea. So you follow Ploy down a few carts down. You turn right, and you see a sort of street cart, but where a lot of them are kind of ramshackle and a bit simple. Some of them are a bit played up. This one is made to look like a big devil's face. Like the bottom of it's kind of like the bottom jaw, and the big one has like these big wide open eyes. There are small flames lit in the middle of it, just kind of like giving off this like weird, kind of fiery thing. It's all painted red. It is just super noticeable. And Ami sees this and just her eyes just light up, and she just shoots over towards it, like just takes off running for it.
All right. I'm coming.
And you all follow behind her, and she's like already kind of like looking like up at the counter, kind of looking at him. And the Sethani man working behind just says, "Oh, hello, you little one." And he kind of just picks one up and hands it to her. And as he sees the two of you approaching, kind of seeing you kind of like looking at her, just says, "They're 2 gold each."
Thank you.
Ploy's gonna side-eye Z and say, "We're together, so this is a party expense, right?"
Perhaps.
Sorry.
I'll have 5 then.
Okay, that's a good number.
So yeah, he says just all right, and he comes back and he has a whole bunch of these kind of pre-made on like a shelf. You can kind of see like a small fire kind of going under to kind of keep them warm and steamy. And he hands it to you, and as you grab it, this is the packaging is kind of like a bit sort of like like kind of like double layered, and you get that because like once you put your hands on it, it's warm, like it's hot to the point where you're like, if I grab this with my bare hands, I would probably like burn myself, like probably. So he hands one to you, Zanari. He hands one to Ami, or obviously, and then hands over like kind of like a bag of 5 of them to Ploy. You kind of just like see steam rising out of the bag, and he says, "First time, I'm assuming, for all of you."
Yes, and I'm very excited.
He says, "Then same time, on 3. Ready yourselves?" And Ami just like has her mouth just like
Okay.
wide open, just like ah.
Whatever
I'm
this
so
means.
ready. Oh, hold on a sec. And he's gonna pass on the net. All right,
I need
ready.
consent.
He says 3, 2, and on 1, you all just kind of chomp into that bite. And the outside is hot. It's hot and crispy and like has a nice good sort of like crunch to it almost. But as you crack through that layer, this caramel, almost like mocha-ish, like sweet, for lack of a better term, cream, unfortunately, just floods in through it. Yeah, it is just like this, the most like sweet and like delicious taste ever. Weirdly though, as you're gathering that sweet taste in your mouth, almost kind of like fireworks going off, you start to feel these brief kind of pricks of heat almost. Not so much like hotness, but spice. Just 1 and then 2, and it's like almost like there are pop rocks going off in your mouth. And there's not many of them, just a few here or there. But then once you swallow, it just smooths itself down to just that sweet, just delicious cake-like bite. And like, as you kind of like take that bite, you look down and Ami just eyes closed. It just like still has her face and it just.
No.
And it's just like,
Having a good time.
Good
not
feed.
bad, right?
Not bad at all.
Way better than not bad.
And he says,
Those are fantastic.
the secret's magic, actually.
Magic.
You've all been cursed.
Okay.
The devil sweet roll. What did you think? No.
That's fine. He says,
Fuck.
we
I'm
still,
obsessed with the gold, but not the sweet.
he was, I knew the sweets would get you. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. But no, he shares a laugh with you all. Just says like, oh, like, no, please enjoy, and we'll be here for the whole festival. So please come back if you want more. And Ami just looks up and says, "Mom, I want more." Like directly in the mind link.
Wait, they'll be around for 3 days, maybe tomorrow. But I promise you, your stomach will not like you if we eat more today.
And she just
He's
takes.
gonna
Like,
sneak her one behind Z's back.
could you roll stealth for me?
No, no.
Zanari, what's your
Sorry.
passive
Hold on,
perception?
wrong one.
Oh, it's
Oh,
not
no.
high, I know that much. Yeah, no, it's a 12.
Oh, but it's higher than an 11. So yeah, you see so like you get the sneak off, and like Ami even kind of sees like you're sneaking, kind of like hand behind the back, kind of grabs it. But she's a kid in your ploy, so she knows. So Zanara, you definitely noticed this happen.
Yeah, I just give the really thing.
Ami just kind of freezes,
really.
just looks.
We all freeze. We're just
Yeah,
like,
she kind of freezes. She hasn't moved. She's just looking at you, just like.
Not today. Hold on to it, but not today.
She kind of just like puts it in like a small little pocket in her little gown. You also will notice she's no longer wearing the kind of like the ragged gown you were wearing in your time back at the base. You assume someone at the Stormcloak children made her a nice kind of little gown almost. It's a light blue in a similar manner to the way what their cloaks are made of, but it's a very, very nice, almost formal looking gown to a degree. She kind of just like shoves the devil fruit roll in like a pocket and just kind of looks at you. So, with that said, if any of you want to head over and join Mitz as she's about to talk to the cloak, you certainly can. We'll cut to Mako in just a moment. Actually, you know what? Let's do Mako now, as a matter of fact. Mako, have you decided on what those checks would be?
I think so.
What you got for me?
So it's a reconnaissance mission. So I'm gathering information. So investigation will be important. As will perception.
Investigation,
and I don't
perception.
want to be noticed. So stealth will also be
So,
important.
investigation, perception, and stealth, yes?
Yes.
Alright. Give me all three. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Nice.
22, 25, 25!
Those are some nice fucking rolls right
Jesus.
there.
Yeah, okay, so...
The role of a rogue is using his expertise.
Alright, so...
Yeah.
So here's what happens here, alright? A couple of things happen here, right? The first thing that happens is you kind of start like checking out the slave camp, kind of like passively like investigating it, kind of like, you know, looking at it without trying to like seem like you're obviously staring at it. Like you know, you walk by every now and then, take something in, we'll walk by again, walk over again, stop, buy something from a merchant while you're kind of looking over to the side. You know, just simple, you know, James Bond type shit, you know? But as you're doing that, notice a couple things. The first is the guard to this slave camp is very light. It is not a very well guarded camp. You get the sense that maybe this is just so routine, and maybe they've just, you know, you kind of look around for a bit and you wonder, like, why is the guard so light? There's maybe 4 warrior serfs here. No Torvali guarding this at all. Just four or so warrior serfs guarding this place. And as you look around and try to, like, learn more about the camp, you figure it out. Some of the slaves that are being kept here are, like, working. They're shoveling crates off to that warehouse we were talking about. Others are moving to the festival, hauling wood or things like that. Some are gathered around fires, you know, singing somber songs or making meager meals. You get the sense that the Emir's just broken these people to the point where there's not really a point in putting a serious guard against them. They just wouldn't run. But it's as you're investigating this and studying and noticing that you notice the guard change, and maybe it's because they're just not as motivated or organized. Guard change seems to take a while. In fact, you calculate a pretty solid maybe 2-3 minute window in between guard changes where you're pretty certain no one's watching one of the side entrances to the slave camp. And that's sort of the information you notice. Let's cut back over to our people who are seeing the cloak. Are any of you joining Mitz in doing this, or is this just Mitz?
Yeah, why not?
If Wolf could find her immediately after the clipboard thing, yeah, he'd be like, yes, no, we need to find out about this person.
Sure, fair enough. Z? Mako?
If there was the time, sure.
Yeah, sure. I'll say you guys have the time.
I'm perfectly fine if
we'll say you all stacked up for this. Why not?
Okay.
And so yeah, you guys kind of maybe spread out a bit to kind of look around the festival. You know, saying like, you know, group up as soon as you get any sign. And true to form, off to a side where like there's kind of like a small sort of like storage area, like some crates being, you know, piled up to kind of like, you know, be saved for later. You can see an individual. There is a Sethani woman who you definitely recognize. She is dressed in sort of fine, like, you know, fine leathers. Strangely, she's not wearing a cloak, which is weird given the name you have for her. But she's just kind of sitting there, chilling. And
I do have her name written down.
Look at that, fantastic. And so as you're as you're looking, as you're looking, she is kind of hanging out. She brings a sort of long, sort of like, you know, brownish, sort of like cigar-looking cylinder. It's probably a cigar to her lips. She flicks fingers, so a small little flame lights at the top of her thumb. Holds it to the cigar, exhales a cloud of sort of purplish smoke, and just keeps idly watching.
I think that we should let Mitz
All right.
Yeah.
point on this.
All you.
We're just here to help.
Okay.
Here to listen.
Well, Mitz is going to, I guess, walk up and just like give a bow and say, "Greetings. Nice to see you again."
I wrote her name on the chat, just so you know.
I don't think Mitz. I don't think they introduced themselves.
So, Mitz looks up and says, "You got smokes, gold, or information?" And she kind of exhales a cloud of that purple vapor just directly in your face.
Well, Mitz is going to once again pull out 7 gold and just and hand it over.
She takes it. "Yeah, I remember you. The feathered one. What do you want?"
Just wanted to see what news has passed in the past couple days.
"Well, I don't know if you heard. There's a festival going on."
Wolf is find that fun. Yeah.
Like, it's like, well, yes, yeah, but you know, it's a festival, but like new, and like, is there anything interesting past?
He goes, "Well, I can tell you some basics if you want. First thing you should know is, obviously, if you hadn't already been told, the Emir of Vadal's hosting this little shindig of ours. In 2 days, there's a big ball to kind of culminate it all. But, surprisingly, the Emir of Merkal's also here. Staying at a tavern not too far from here, actually. But, from what I understand, no one necessarily knows exactly why he's here. But, his herald was here early, before the festival even started. Claimed to be trying to gather up all the best slaves, warriors, and soldiers he could. Something about a tomb, maybe? I don't know. I didn't really dig too far into it. From what I understand, he might be here to buy some slaves, too. It's not uncommon for the Emir to hire out work, and, I mean, why pay mercenaries or travelers when you can just gather some more permanent workforce in the process? And if they die, well, money well spent. Point being...
I was going to have to try very hard not to react to that.
Point being, if the Emir of Merkal is here, and it involves something to do with that, he'll be at the auction too. And more importantly, he'll probably be at that ball. He says...
Ball? And Mitz is going to pass
At the
another,
end.
like, 7 gold over.
He says, you pick up fast. She takes the gold and says, yeah, day 3 of this festival culminates in a pretty big ball. Now, from what I understand, you have to either be a noble or their date to get in, but anybody who's at this festival is going to be there, talking politics, making deals, ordering assassinations, who fucking knows?
And, alright, and then Mitz is going to pass another, like, 7 gold and be like, I heard something about a warehouse?
He says, you heard the Emir's buying guns?
Just, like, quick
from
nod.
So you're in the know, huh? Yeah, a couple Hashari were seen funneling some crates in. I don't know what it is, but if the Emir's moving some things to his troops out in the north, then my wager is those crates are probably loaded with firearms.
How valuable would it be to you if someone were to confirm that?
Like, get the information from me?
Yeah.
Honey,
For sure.
information here is everything. The way things work around here is you either bring me information and get something in return, or you bring me something and get information. You bring me information,
Yeah.
I give you something. What that something is depends on how good the information you bring me is.
But just, ballpark it. How valuable is that confirmation if it is what we assume it is?
Let's just say I know a few interested parties who might want the inside drop on something like that.
Alright.
If you're done asking questions, Mitz.
I saw you all walk in that tavern, yeah?
Alright, what?
I saw you all walk in that tavern, yeah? Kind of points to the tavern you all were just in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joshua in there?
Yes.
He's still hiding from me?
Grinning.
Mitz is like,
Definitely in there.
yep.
Tell you what.
He's quite terrified and it's impressive.
Tell you what. You bring me
And I can
him,
appreciate it.
and I have something for you.
Mm.
Rather important information, if it were.
And we sell you Joshua?
Well, let's not say
I mean, not
Sell's a
him.
strong word. It implies oppression. Let's say you're loaning him to me.
Deal.
Getting him into confronting feelings, that's what we're doing.
For what purpose are we loaning him to you?
A talk.
Okay. Well, Mitz is gonna,
Sounds like a deal to
like,
me.
is actually really interested in the story and is going to pass
Yeah.
another 7 and be like, can you teach me how to cow him as well as you do?
Fuck him.
He's like, I sense a story.
A good one, too.
Yeah, that was the
What
history.
is it that he dates or that they date him? first?
Good one, too. But, as said, information costs something. Just bring him to me. We'll talk later.
And do.
And where should we meet you then?
Here. I don't move much. The cigar she's pulling, she kind of seems to be, like, at least halfway through. She says, while you're at it, you mind buying me a pack of these? You can get them from that cart over there.
Fair enough.
Wolf does have a question for her, because he just learned a thing. And so he has 7 gold, and in much less, smooth way, because he's a big, goofy dude. Tries to slide it to her a bit,
She clasps your hand in, like, a firm gesture. Like, she's, like, shaking it, and kind of just slides the gold out of your hand and says, we'll work on it.
I
What do you
find that
want?
very funny. Yeah. I got a look at the list of people selling slaves, and there was one that intrigued me.
Uh-huh.
Dia al Midan? Midan?
Yeah. I heard some rumors about that. He kind of
Not a-
says, but,
Noblewoman and not a wealthy merchant, so...
well, he kind of looks around and says, I know exactly who they are, but you all aren't wearing cloaks, so can I trust you with that information?
We are friends with Joshua.
Suppose fair enough.
We work
Would
with
you
him.
trust him with that information? You don't seem to be on the best of terms.
Mitz knows how to
But
keep
he
a
does
mouth
wear
shut.
a cloak.
What do you mean? That scrawny snake loves me.
Mm.
In either case, it's an alias, a front.
Hmm.
Someone, and I don't know exactly who, has been sneaking slaves into the market. And the way they've been moving them has been tactical. I'm not sure which 7 or 9 slaves they got here. They're here for a reason, though. And as far as I can understand, it's not one the Dominion would like.
It's 7, by the way. You can have that for free. It's exactly 7.
I appreciate that. Now then, if you don't mind, you're crowding up my space and I'm trying to finish my smoke.
Alright.
All right.
Mitz
Don't get
offers
stabbed out there.
another bow.
Yeah, she kind of just like, again, pulls out another puff and just says, don't get stabbed out there.
Do our best.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Recreational stabbing. It's fine.
And so, yeah, so if you all want to just literally go grab Joshua immediately, you can do that. That's a
Literally
thing I'll
grab.
Like,
Yoink.
Let's go grab Joshua.
So you burst back into the tavern.
I mean, Mitz is gonna stop by the cart for the smokes first.
Ah, fair. Yeah, so you drive by the cart. They're a rare import smoke from a land up north, and they are a little bit expensive. They're about 10 gold for the full pack. You get a pack of about 5 of them.
Do they smell familiar to Wolf? Someone who's from like a very far northern area
Oh yeah,
of the world?
you've definitely smelled like some random like super posh like asshole like with like the kind of guy who rides around in a caravan all the time. Definitely caught him puffing on one of those wise counting some sacks.
Like, does this count as a team expense?
It's out of the team expense.
I think this one does if it's paying the information broker. I mean,
yeah, I'll take it from the team expense. Sure.
Okay, it was subtract 38 from that then.
Fair enough. So, you buy the smoke pretty simplistically. You head into the tavern, and as you open the door, again, Joshua looks up, sees you all, sees happy at first, then sees the look on all your faces, and immediately blanches, just like, what do you
Does he
want?
recognize the cigarettes?
Just like, yeah, he just like, those can only be for one person. What do you
we
want?
got you a peace offering.
Yeah.
He takes them and
For
just
her.
says, what's the catch?
You don't have to
Well-
pay her to talk.
But she does
That
want
200
to
gold you were talking about.
He just
Yeah.
kind of says, okay, can I come clean?
Sure.
If you want
We
to.
learned a few details already.
So she and I have some history, as it were. Let's
Yes.
just say I was a bit
Did you
more of a
fuck-
gallivanting spirit back in the day, and it's easier to get information if the person you want information from is comfortable. I understand that as a man of my station, I have to take one for the team every now and then, but there are complicated reasons why I don't think I should now. And he does stammer a bit, actually.
Like, Mitz kind of tactlessly kind of just like says like, oh, you mean your big crush on, and like just does like your big obvious crush on.
He is taking a sip. Shut up. Also, what? Also, shut up.
I mean, a talk won't hurt, right?
Okay.
Well, let her take you or something.
But if she grabs me, I need one of you to back me up, okay?
It's like, I mean,
Wolf's the biggest one. I'll do it. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
yeah, why not?
So yeah,
Or as
you
he's
all,
done, this is a play to watch. It's very entertaining for Wolf. He's like, oh yeah, let's see this drama.
so you all walk back out of the tavern, and you head back over towards the cloak. Joshua kind of has the cigars, and as you guys get kind of like just outside of earshot of what would be like them talking, Joshua kind of like hold out a hand, just like, no closer, no farther. Anything happens, come running, please.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
And he kind of tacitly walks forward. And for the next few minutes, unless you guys choose to intercede, you see, like, he kind of hands them over to her, just two-handed, very, very, just like... She seems just very, very lax as she kind of picks one out of the pack, tears it a bit with one of her claws, again, just flicks into that same sort of minor fire cantrip, and lights it. There's some back and forth talk for a while, and you can see Josh just kind of like keeps looking away, trying to find some reason to look at anything besides her. And eventually she does kind of like approach him, like get very, very, maybe even a bit uncomfortably close to him. And you see him just yell something and step back. She stops, breaks out into outright laughter, just doubles over, pointing at him, knee slapping, like falls over for a bit, just laughs for a good 2 minutes. Then comes up, puts a hand on his shoulder. They talk softly for a little bit longer. Joshua swipes the hand off of her, and he walks back over to you all, a mortified look on his face, and just says, "She has something for you all."
I take it things
I
went.
think you handled it very well.
Yeah, looked like things went pretty well.
I hate you all.
We love you
Fine.
too.
You've got
Or the
plenty of
falls,
wine.
Joshua.
I just... I have things to go think about. I'll be back.
All right.
Ah, so she
Have a
told you
good
something
rest.
you didn't want to hear about yourself.
Shut it. He just kind of walks back. And
Well,
says,
that's very blunt.
"If you need me, I'll be drinking. Again."
Oh, no.
And he just walks back into the tavern as you all walk back over to approach her. She is still kind of like having the edges of a laugh as you approach. She's just...
Was that fun for you?
Oh, you have no idea. Not what I thought I'd get out of that conversation. Worth 1,000,000 times more. Thank you all so very much for that.
I see you told him something you didn't want to hear.
Oh, no. He told me something.
Oh.
Always good to help out a new friend.
Oh, I have to tell everybody. Anyway, nonetheless,
Make
here's
sure
the
they
deal.
pay.
Do you all want into that Mayor's Festival or not?
It could be useful for some of us, I think. I don't know that all of us will blend in.
Yeah, some of us may have a bit of trouble blending in, but does
Well,
sound useful.
Maybe not all of you want to make the entrance, but if one of two of you wants to try and infiltrate while the rest, I don't know, do whatever it is you're doing here, I might have an in for you. She kind of, just out of curiosity, who's currently closest to her?
Probably Mitz.
Fair. She
Yeah.
takes you by the shoulders, Mitz, and spins you a bit, kind of like pointing off in the distance, and you all kind of follow that sort of gesture, looking over to off to the side, where a Sithani male, in very fine garments, appears to be sulking. And in fact, Zanari, you definitely noticed this person before. Says-
From when we got here?
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy we saw earlier?
Yep.
Yeah, the guy that we saw earlier that we didn't interact with. 'Cause I was like, a little sus.
He's a noble.
A little jumpy here. It's fine.
He's a noble. Some no name. I don't even know him. He's not important enough to be on my radar. But from what I understand, he's somehow got the chops to get himself into the nobles, a ticket to the nobles' ball. However, he's fallen on some down luck. She kind of looks, perks up, smiles a bit. He doesn't have a date. Do that information what you will. I got bets to place. Fights are starting soon. And he kind of leans up off her thing, pulls again from her from her cigar, and starts to walk off.
Wait, fight?
No, hold on. Fights. There's a betting ring. Fights.
Yeah, it's Sithonic culture. Where there's a festival, there's fights.
It's like,
Wolf, I would like to
Make a
remind
decision on
you
that
you're
part yet.
trying to keep a low profile.
Yeah.
And yeah, she just kind of, again, turns and walks off. And it is now off to you guys. So, what do you want to do?
That exchange between those two actually is starting to feel a little weird to Wolf, like it's more than just jealous ex-lovers. Is there like just an insight on like
Vibe
a
check.
little more on it's like this actually being super damaging to our buddy Joshua. He thought this was just a fun bit, but now he's like a little worried.
You can. I don't think you need to roll an inside check. I think between what Mitz said earlier, you put together that she probably kind of tried to make a move on him, and he maybe blurted out the fact that he has a crush on Nakali, and she just like laughed at him for that for about 5 minutes straight.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, I just Wolf wanted to be sure because one, he's oblivious, and second, I'm a wanted to be sure. I'm like, this
Yeah,
was
no,
just
you're pretty
about
sure
that,
he's
right?
he's definitely processing some
Okay.
shit. I think he's just more concerned that she's gonna tell every fucking body.
Oh, she is though.
Yeah, she'll totally sell all of that information
Yeah.
immediately.
But yeah, other
Like,
than
no
that,
doubt.
Was this relationship abusive that they had? Now he's like, oh no.
no, they're fine. They're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
fine
yeah.
in that regard.
All right.
For
Just checking.
pulling curtain back for a bit, I wouldn't do that kind of thing as like to you guys as players unless like we had talked about that thing
Yeah.
being okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
okay, just
what do you guys
making
want to do? I'll take sort of like I want to know what you guys like immediate actions are. What do you guys off to do after immediately leaving this conversation? And I think we'll go reverse overlay order. Mako, what do you think your what's in your mind right now as far as plan? You can either like just tell me as a GM, or you can kind of like talk it to your party in character if you want. Either way.
So what now?
So, Mako, despite usually being all for infiltration missions, is a little too concerned of the risk, seeing as both of the emirs know his face.
That's fair. Well, do we have some kind of ability to disguise ourselves, magical or otherwise?
Not that I know of, or Mako knows of.
Think
It
it
says-
prepare something, perhaps.
As far as I think that the move right now would be to meet with Joshua and decide on what plan we're going to do.
Of the
Well, I think
three.
there's still some time
Because
of.
if there's a registry of all
information.
slaves, that might make infiltrating the camps difficult as well. They
I
would
think
know if they were
the seven or him. I think that was what she was saying.
I think actually going.
I'm
to
sorry,
the
Wolf.
party-
Could you repeat that one more time for everybody?
Like, I think those seven are him. Like, I think that's what she was saying.
As in Joshua and his compatriots.
Mm-hmm.
Because you nailed it so perfectly, I will tell you, you are correct.
Oh shit! I thought that was what she was saying. It's like, oh yeah, it's a alias that
Yeah,
is one of us, and they wouldn't like them and all that.
I mean, she was purposely being vague because that's just her shtick. But like,
yeah.
because you nailed it so perfectly, I will just tell you guys, yes, that is you. And you could probably maybe piece it together from different things. You get the sense that Joshua and his soldiers, or maybe some of the Storm Children, or somehow have been working on a plan to get some slaves in the market for a while for this purpose.
Mm-hmm. I think that Wolf just has a love of old adventure stories. And that's the only books he reads, so he's like, oh yeah, that's exactly what that means.
That's exactly
Like,
the
he's
trope I
just
would hit
using
right
those
now.
to get to that point.
If I were God, I'd hit that trope right now.
Yeah.
So fair enough.
Classic spy shit. He's
So-
like, yeah.
Mako, do you have a direct plan? What thing you want to do?
I should probably report to Joshua on what I know of the guard changes and security arrangements to make his mission easier.
Got it. And the rest of you can either like say your own thing or say like I'm gonna go with that person to do their thing. So up next, Z, what's your plan?
I mean, she doesn't have too much else she wants to do, like, festival-wise. Like, yeah, she definitely wants to figure out if we are doing something tomorrow
Yeah.
or the next day.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, no,
I guess up next will be Ploy. What's your game plan?
So guys, I'm gonna be honest. I know we've been talking a lot about getting into this party. I think each of us, like no matter which one of us goes, we would stand out way too much, right? Like, I'm a big lizard boy. There's no way I'm getting away with that. If we send Z, that would be very bad.
The Emir will recognize her
Cough.
immediately.
Immediately. Mako can't go. He would get recognized by the
By
Emir
both of
of Mirkal, yeah. And I mean,
Hey, Lucian, do me a
Wolf.
favor.
Well, Wolf is just Wolf. You know, that's not
Lucian.
gonna happen.
Lucian, do me a favor.
This is fair.
D20, real quick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
If that's K for everybody. What you get?
5.
Okay. Let me counter that with a roll real quick.
Okay.
Okay, wow, you're lucky. Lucian, as you're saying the words, you're saying, so do me a favor, just to kind of like repeat the last few sentences of what you just said, just like the rough gist of what you just said. Like,
Oh.
as you were kind of listing out like why it wouldn't work for each of you, just do that again for me real quick.
Right. So I was saying,
You're a big lizard boy.
yeah, I'm a big lizard boy. No way I'm gonna go unseen at the party. Wolf is just Wolf. He's like, that's not gonna happen. If Z goes, that would be very bad. They would get recognized immediately by the Emir. Yeah, the Emir of Ladal.
As you say
And
that,
then-
you have a thought in your head. I just didn't get it to you.
Mhm.
Only because, so it's for context,
You had an epiphany.
I basically just had you roll a contested, knowledge check versus effectively like my collective game knowledge, and despite you rolling a 5, I rolled a 4. So,
Amazing. And I mean, I guess it's true that would cause a commotion, right? The Emir would definitely. I mean, it would cause it. And if you brought, well, I don't know if you want to put a child in harm's way, but that would cause an even larger commotion. But once again, in harm's way, and we don't necessarily have the power to stand up against an Emir on our own.
You maybe need to tell us this whole plan that you've suddenly had.
Perhaps like we don't need like an illusion type of disguise, but you know there are enough carts and stuff around to be an entirely different garb. Maybe throw a mask on or something.
Well, I just mean, Z, if you do get noticed by the Emir, that would definitely cause a commotion, right?
Hmm.
I don't know how we would be able to
Yeah.
use that, but it would cause a commotion, especially if the Emir found out that you had a child.
Yeah.
And
It
see
would.
that being a thing.
Which
Now-
I mean, was it not the point if we go with the banquet plan to cause a
Get in.
commotion?
It just then the question is, can you get away?
Yeah. I have my ways.
I mean, if you're confident doing that, but
Yeah, I mean. Although I will say, I do think that we should definitely check out the warehouse and see if we can either steal those crates of guns, or at least confirm that they're there and sell that information.
Everything here seems to run on info.
all right. So we'll pass on to the next person. Mitz, do you have any direct plans you'd like to contribute to this?
Well, Mitz is very much against Z going into the ball, mostly because it's like, hello, architect, or like architecture buddy,
Eh?
archaeology buddy.
Yeah, it's like it's not even that. Something that Z will contribute to the plan since we've already kind of passed our turn. It's like, as much as I would like to just cut the head off of the snake, we still have the rest of the snake to worry about. You know, we came here for the people, not necessarily
Yeah.
the Emir.
And
So I feel
Mitz's
like
group says-
perhaps dealing
yeah.
with people is the more important thing to do.
If we can get anything to free the, well, I don't know if they're. Mako, did you discover anything about the slave camps?
They are not very heavily guarded.
Before
is
you
the-
answer that real quick, hey Z, D20 for me if you
Hmm?
don't mind.
Do a what now?
D20 if you
He's
don't mind.
funny.
Oh, okay.
I think you rolled low. You're good.
It's a
3.
Hello.
I mean, listen, don't worry. I'm actually liking this new mechanic I'm trying out because even though you guys are rolling low, I'm rolling even worse.
Oh no.
It's like I can use
I'm
the
sorry.
plus 2 from chat.
Yeah, okay, take that then. Yeah,
Okay.
okay, that actually helps you even more then. Take that then. Fair enough. Mako, continue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Purple.
Yeah, I wasn't talking.
Did you learn about the slave camp?
Oh,
What we just asked.
they aren't very. They are very lightly guarded. There's serious vulnerabilities in their security. No royal guards, only warrior serfs. And during guard shifts, there are minutes-long periods where entrances to the side entrance to the camp is unguarded.
What about the feel of the people though? Do you think maybe they might?
They might be harder to inspire than Joshua anticipates. The light guard is only there because whoever's the organizers are confident the slaves will not try to escape. Their spirits are broken.
That's not good. We can
One of
figure
us
out
might
some
need
way
to go in and help, but
Yeah, like Mitz is a little bit more concerned about like the slaves. Like, is like the asshole can go do whatever the hell that they're doing. Like, Mitz is not gonna care about them. But like, we can. Is there any? Z, you're the smart one. Do you think there's like any way we can inspire these guys or like figure out some way to like, I don't know if we can like just like lead them out, some way to like inspire them to leave, or like if not like outright revolt, but like follow us if we. Yeah.
I mean, perhaps. I mean, there are a couple stories that I, studied throughout histories of, people rising up, tyrants being brought down, potentially. Nico, did you hear any of these stories as well? Like, were there any songs? Is there any talking between these slaves at the camp, or?
I did see some groups clustered and singing songs. I don't know. I didn't recognize the language though. Did I?
yeah, we still need to.
Okay, so there is something. If they have that between them, that means there is something. There's, granted, probably a little small, maybe a little mustard seed of hope, but there's something. There's something. Maybe we can.
All right.
The hard part, I think.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
If they're too afraid to run, it's just.
It's a matter of skill, not a matter of plan. I think it's a good plan to try and inspire them, and we should work on that.
Yeah.
It's a matter of effort, not strategy.
So I'm assuming the plan for now is go back and check on Joshua to figure out what the actual plan is, or are you guys gonna split up from here? What's the game plan?
Well,
I mean, Mitz would still like to. Oh, sorry. Like Mitz would still like to like go around the market and see if they can't find some nice like leather or what or fabric.
Okay.
Especially like maybe something that they can enchant.
Okay. Easily doable.
Wolf would
But, like,
want us to get... Yeah, our plan, if we are going to put someone in that party, is assuming that this noble will be attracted to Zanari. I mean, we don't know anything about him. Maybe we should watch him.
They could be attracted to Mitz.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, that was funny. For all of our sakes, we should hope that that's not the case.
Maybe we should observe this noble to see if there's something we can do about that. Just learn more about him, because that's going to be part of the plan, is convincing him to take one of us on a date.
I mean, Vince is like, I'm not quite sure how dates work, but shouldn't we just go talk to this guy?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe.
Well,
He's right there.
This guy. No, Wolf wants to watch him. Yeah. See if he can pick anything up. That's his plan after this.
Fair enough. Well, so with the plan slightly split, some are going to sort of maybe investigate, check out this noble a little bit. Others going to perhaps sneak into the slave camp to consider the possibilities of radicalization. And maybe one or two going to sort of just quickly check in on the warehouse and or Joshua, maybe. We'll see. We can figure that out. Nonetheless, I believe this is a perfect spot for us to grab our break.
There's a monologue to be done first.
There is a monologue to be read first, though. For those who aren't aware, I held an impromptu contest in the Neon Lights server. The goal was to respond to a message of mine as if you were giving a final monologue in an anime, as if you were either the villain or the hero. And the best contest would get a shout out. So the person who won is Luca Lock, obviously, who I have to shout out, obviously. They have a gig on Fiverr and do super awesome design shit over at like TPK Roleplay, so check out the work that they do. They're super, super awesome. They also play in like a bunch of campaigns, including one that I'm in called Roundhouse Omega, and they're super awesome in that too. So please check her out. And she's also a really good friend of mine. I love her a lot. And now, shout out that I have to make. The rain pours down my face. A large-eyed teenage kid walks up, animal ears poking out of his impossibly styled hair. He says something that sounds like a quote from Jaden Smith's Twitter account. Nearby, a girl with distractingly bouncing decollage gasps and moans sexually in a childish voice. I reach back and pull out my bow, knocking an arrow. my time has come. I will end anime. Thank you all for that, actually. And thanks to everyone that did it. It was actually really, really fun. And we'll see you guys
Beautiful.
back in a few minutes. Try to keep it brief, maybe 5, 7 tops, who knows. Grab a drink, get a snack, whatever you need to do. See you in a bit, loves. We love you all. And bye.
Bye. least that's my thought.
Yeah. I mean, I'm bound to try it.
And we're back on the cold open. How we feeling?
Amazing.
I knew I'd get you guys eventually.
Oh,
He was scheming.
Welcome back
It's
to
pretty
the,
easy
to
to
the
do,
sands of Zor'aa for Seven Suns. Our party is currently present in the trade town of Boone, engaging in a bit of festivalery, as it were. And in doing so, they are developing a plan to possibly cause some chaos and mayhap get themselves into a ball. We'll bring them back in at the nighttime of this festival. Let me get a second to get a little bit of a soundscape going. Give me a second. And as the night falls, you guys have kind of just been hanging around for a bit, but as you're kind of leaving your last conversations with Tava, the cloak, you're definitely noticing that just it's a little bit, you know, it's later. The sun's kind of peeked behind. The festival is definitely still going, but it's definitely a lot more muted, sort of like, you know, like a lot more sort of like quieter in the background sound, but it's definitely still there. But yeah, other than that, it's sort of nighttime, and you guys can sort of decide on what you want to do as a unit. Take it away.
So yeah, we were gonna talk to Joshua first, just to let him know what we know, right?
Yeah.
Might be good to consolidate information.
Let's go find Joshua. That sounds like an idea that I can get behind.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally just left saying, "I need a drink," so.
Yeah.
So,
Let's go bother him again.
yeah. Let's see if he's forgiven us yet.
Oh.
Well, maybe Miss will hang
Wolf,
back
he
and
would have
not
done it
talk
alone.
then.
So you walk over back into the tavern. It's still pretty rowdy. You know, it's later in the day, so you know the more belligerent of the drinkers have poured in now, and they're slamming it back. They're getting into it. They're having great fucking times. And I think I got some sounds for that too. Hell yeah, I do. And so as all this is happening, you pick back over, and again, sitting at that same table, it's just Joshua, who just kind of like has his head down in his drink, and it's just like sipping a bit, and like he again looks up, just like,
Hey.
and like assumes you all know you can all sit next to him, doesn't even acknowledge you all, just like, and like as he opens his eyes,
Sorry,
he'll
we
assume
were
you
kinda
all
mean.
you all sat down. He's just like, what?
We have some plans.
Oh, finally, actual good news today. Help me nurse this headache. What have
Honestly,
you got?
you were a lot of help. You were a lot of help. We needed some of that last information.
He offers
Sorry.
a smile and says, "Thank you, Wolf. I'm happy to do what I can for the cause." Whatever. What'd you learn?
So, should we step by step? In character? Sure. So I'm pretty sure I know how you're getting the slaves in.
Tava got
Your men as the slaves.
I had a feeling Tava would get wise to my plans eventually, which is, you know, why I didn't tell her directly. She's always one to pick up on gossip pretty fast. You're correct.
It's true.
The 7 hidden slaves that aren't too well known are my men. I've been having them infiltrate the slave markets around town for months now, just funneling in, getting purposefully captured here and there. I'm not too sure what I'm gonna do with them just yet, but them all being in one place while you're all here, well, too convenient to pass up. What do you have in mind?
Well, we might be able to get into the party on the 3rd day to cause a big enough ruckus to get them all out.
All of you?
All the slaves.
Not
Well,
all.
No, some of us.
All right. So while some of you are getting into the Emir's ball, I won't even ask questions on how you do that. I'll let your methods be your own. What will the rest of you be doing?
Helping you free the slaves.
Did any of you get a chance to look at the camp?
Gestures to Mako.
Yeah, just like
So you've seen
Sorry?
how like the guard is,
You-
yes?
Yeah, I spent the day surveilling. Guard, I have good news and I have bad news. Good news is the guard there is incredibly weak. Only a few warrior serfs, no royal guards. And there's a several-minute window during the shift change in which the side entrance to the camp is unguarded.
Combine that with the cover of Nightfall, probably get some of us in.
However, there's also the bad news, which is why the guard is so light.
There's always bad news.
If your plan is to inspire the slaves, you may encounter more difficulty than you anticipate. When I surveilled the camp, I saw people whose spirits were broken. They held no hope of escape, let alone rebellion. You may have a difficult time giving them the will to fight.
Josh has spent a few minutes considering this, kind of, again, tacitly kind of sipping his drink, spinning it around for a bit. Dire news. Enough time on the mines will do that to anyone, I suppose. Even the toughest soldier. Nonetheless, they're people who deserve freedom regardless, and freeing them may cause the commotion we need regardless of whether they fight for us or not. I think sneaking into the camp, even if it's just a few of us, is not a bad plan. However, the question becomes when. I think we have two opportune windows. We go tonight, while the guard is still light, and the market hasn't happened. Or, tomorrow night, after the market has been handled and all the slaves' ownership has been transferred over, they're brought back to the camp for one bit of time to gather their personal effects, and then before they're hauled off to their relative locations. It's an organized mob, for lack of a better word. Might be the best way to slip in.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
So wait, on the night of the third.
Assuming my men
Sorry,
are already
the
there
third
among
day,
them.
separate?
Yeah. Sorry. One more time.
Oh, so wait, the third night the slaves are separate in separate camps?
No,
Or are they still in one
the second
location?
night they're all brought back to that same camp to get all their personal effects before they're separated off. By the third night they're like in their caravans, like ready to be set off to like their new masters or whatever.
Because that's the night of the party. We would have to free them before the party then. Or we're gonna have to go around the whole town.
Or, if we get ourselves into the camp, assuming that organized mob of slaves is already, well, disorganized, mayhap we just make ourselves comfortable in the chaos. By time till day 3, radicalize who we can, and given the signal, make a mess.
Okay, that just seems less clean than what I thought the plan was, if they're all in one spot.
If they're all in one spot, then what are you proposing?
Well, this is me also as well as Wolf. Like, what are the logistics of getting a bunch of people in separate camps all across town rebelling at once? How are we freeing all of them at once if we're doing it during the party?
Well, and that's where your friend's complication comes into mention. He addresses you, Mako. If they separate, it'd be easiest if we could radicalize whoever we can amongst them. Create separate cells, have them rebel or break out, not while they're in the camp, but while they're being loaded to separate. That could cause an insane amount of confusion at multiple locations, which the limited Torvali here couldn't just pin down at one point. That, however, requires my plan of getting into the camp and taking time to radicalize them. Could also mean that those of us who choose to radicalize split up to go with some of the captured slaves once they're separated on day 3. However, their morale being low is trouble. We have to inspire them somehow, or give them good reason to fight.
Need a rallying point.
The ball.
Something.
Something about that ball. To Amir, every noble for several miles around present. All around to do one thing. Drink and sell off other people. There's something we can do there. I don't know what just yet. And maybe we play it by ear. Says.
And that's the question. Sorry, what?
In any case, if we are going to talk to them, there is something I would like to do to prepare first, but I'm going to need maybe 2 other people to do a ritual with me. But if I do this ritual and commune with these spirits that I talk to quite a bit, I might be able to get the ability to talk in any language, or at least whoever is around can all understand me universally, or I can grant that to someone else if someone else ends up wanting to do that. I just need 2 other people.
I need you to grant it to someone else.
Interesting. Well then, All right. If one of you feels yourself gallivanting enough to be able to radicalize the masses, have that ritual done on them, but only right before we sneak into the camp. Otherwise...
Technically, all I'm talking about is I need 2 other people in order to get a 3rd level spell. It's hard to explain in
of course, no,
out of character in character terms.
I got that. That's what I figured out. So yeah, have that done just before we sneak into the camp for a bit. I think that could certainly be useful for the purposes of radicalizing whoever we can. Which of you will be planning to get into the ball?
Probably heard.
Not I, said the big lizard boy.
It's gonna take some research.
Well, not to be objectifying, you'll forgive me, I hope. These events are not about romance or anything. They're entirely about formality. People don't bring in people they're interested in or wish to date or anything so frivolous as that. It's about the show. And sad to say, when it comes to the nobles of the Ashtani Dominion, no better show can be made, and he looks over at Zenari, than an exotic woman, one from a far-off land. He drinks and just says, sorry, had to cleanse the palate from that.
Fair enough. If you either take a swig or take a punch to the face. So I'm glad you picked that.
Hey, listen, I didn't mean it seriously.
I know. I kid too.
Yeah, well, hey, you know, after everything I've been through today, a punch in the face might just be a wake-up call for a bit. All right. Well, do you have a plan for tonight, or is tonight just for rest?
Thinking about sneaking into that warehouse.
Tonight's for warehouse adventures.
Very well, then. I'll leave you all to that. I do have a small request, though.
Mm-hmm. We owe you one.
Could I borrow that seashell of yours?
The shell phone!
The shell
The
phone.
fucking shell phone.
the uncomfortable
phone.
reaching into,
That's
into the maw of Mako's armor.
Boop.
Yeah, you just clunk.
What's
Just-
Mako's feelings on other people reaching in to grab stuff, or is that like weird?
I'd rather you not.
I figured.
That makes
Just
sense.
checking.
If you could please not violate my consent that way. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Josh just looks up
What
and
is it-
says, never
What
gonna
does
get
it
to
feel
that.
like when you get a call, Mako?
Beg your pardon?
What does it feel like when you get a sudden call on the shell phone?
Please don't call it the
It
shell
hasn't
phone in
happened
canon.
yet.
Please don't do that.
We're going to.
Please don't do
It's
that.
a shell and it is a phone.
I can't do this.
It's a sending shell. Mm.
Yes, I will
Would you
take
prefer
sending
us take a
shell.
note of the fact that it's a conch that is magic?
Stop!
Yeah, it
It's
is.
my turn.
Stop!
Purple, how dare you? Anyways,
Sucks to your ass more.
I hate this!
we hand him the magic.
Yeah, we hand them the shell.
Okay, he kind of takes this as, thank you. And if any of you want to do a super quick perception check, I'll take it. But do it fast, within like the next 10 seconds, please.
What?
Yeah.
Well, Ploy, I don't know if you'd be immediately aware of what it means, but, there's a definitive flush of red about Josh's cheeks as he takes the shell and just says, thank you all.
Oh, he's finally admitting things to himself.
All
Drunk red or embarrassed red?
We'll leave
Yeah.
you to that, and good luck. Pat
Yes.
him on the shoulder.
You all get going. I'll, just keep an eye out for any patrols or anything wandering.
Will do.
Check back in before you all go to bed. Good luck tonight.
You too.
And you all
Yeah.
sort of travel for a bit. You head out for the tavern. The warehouse is not very far. Boone is a pretty solidified, it's a pretty small town overall, all things considered. So, give me 1 second to, yet again, move some tokens. And let me just gather y'all up real quick if I don't mind. Just for simplicity's sake. Aha, there we go. Boop. So you guys check out you guys head on over to for a bit, and you almost notice there's this sort of large rocky outcropping hanging out just over top of that warehouse. And you're pretty sure because it's dark, you can kind of get on top of that without being seen. And that gives you a pretty solid vantage point kind of overlooking this warehouse, as it were. And I'll go ahead and bring you guys over to the map. Just pretend you can't see inside. I forgot to make a roof.
Sorry.
So let me turn off my tavern sounds, because you're not in a tavern anymore. Boop.
Very rowdy warehouse.
There you go. So yeah, you're overlooking this warehouse.
Warehouse.
In the distance, you can see 4 Sethani who appear to kind of just be standing watch, maybe patrolling back and forth. They definitely are not armed or carrying that same scent of pungent weapon oil or that magical aura of Torvali at all. You get a sense it's just regular old Sethani warrior serfs. And yeah, other than that, you can just see this very large kind of cobblestone and wood structure that you're pretty certain is the warehouse. You can see some people kind of like shovel some stuff through like this kind of door up front here. And how do you all proceed?
Well, I have a question about the roof. What kind of roof is it?
Thatch.
What's it look like? Thatch.
It's
is
thatch.
it like a real steep angle, or do you think it'd be possible to stand on it?
You
Because
can stand on top of it, no question.
yeah, like Wolf could make that. Wolf could make that easy.
Anybody fancy a ride on Net? Net and I can get us up there.
Yeah, I could probably use the help.
The offer is
I
appreciated.
don't know what all of us do, because we don't all have to get in there. I think Mako will need to open up and find whatever crates, and
That's
at least
true.
some backup. The rest of us could make a distraction or be in the wings in case something goes wrong, because we can't let these men escape knowing that we are
Yeah,
here
we
if they
don't-
see us.
We don't all need to go in.
All right, so what's the plan?
Like, Mitz is gonna like pull out a coin and like can make a distraction.
Ah, the hitman's greatest tool.
The assassin's greatest weapon, the mighty coin.
Coin.
I would prefer not to break this play. I mean, break these people if we can manage it. So yeah, if we can distract them away, and maybe I can just rip a hole in the roof when they're not looking. How sturdy does this roof look?
It's pretty. You could definitely feel like you could, if with a good solid tear of a claw, you could probably get through it. It's strong enough to like survive sandstorms and like any other kind of weather, but it's not like hyper reinforced. You know?
I would say let's keep this at a minimum. Definitely want Miko to go. I can go as well. I'm ranger, pretty good at stealth when I need to
Yeah,
be.
no, I'll open the roof and you two can go in, and I'll be on the roof waiting in case the distraction or that part goes poorly.
All right.
Sure.
So, Ploy, I'm assuming you're getting over by riding on net.
Yes.
All right, Mako, what's your game plan?
Wolf said he needed me to inspect the crates, right?
Yep.
So I can go up to the roof with him and go down the hole.
Well, how you planning on getting up there?
You can
Can I make an
put him on
acrobatic?
back.
I
You on
assume
a ride?
You gonna ride on net?
Does Mako
I assume
not
that
have
would just
winged
fly.
boots?
Oh, you do have wing boots,
yeah,
actually.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
wait.
true.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah.
You just
So,
walk across the air.
so yeah. So you got that. Okay. So yeah. Effectively, Wolf, if you want to go ahead and give me athletics check to leap across that distance.
I think, actually, so I'm just gonna assume this morning I picked a climbing speed as my barbarian thing.
Oh, fair enough.
Because every morning I have to pick. And yeah, I'll just like literally spider climb next to Net. I think
Net,
we'll just
yeah.
go over and be like, I've learned how to do this too.
Fair enough. In that case, could one of you, with the other helping, roll stealth?
I will help Mako. Or sorry, I will help Ploy do the stealth, so he has advantage.
Sure.
Wow.
Between
Nice.
Mako's employees, will roll, and Wolf, you can roll too if you want. I mean, I think you're fine, but whatever you want to do.
Oh wow.
Yeah, nice. Well done.
Wow,
man.
look at
So-
that, you guys.
We're some very
The
stealthy
wind,
boys.
the wind picks up a little. Some sand kind of starts to just like rustle, just briefly. As you're all just able to, again, just like in that sort of brief commotion, yeah, you just kind of shamble yourselves right on over, and you're effectively, you can place yourselves anywhere you want on the roof of this warehouse, completely unnoticed. What are the rest of you who are not doing? As in, that'd be, well, I guess Mitz and Z. What's the game plan?
I guess
Mitz?
just keeping an eye on these 4 folks that are just out there guarding.
Fair enough.
I mean-
Mitch said she had a distraction.
Yeah, well, Mitz can distract up to 2 of them at once unless they move closer. So,
Mhm.
All right.
which might be a problem.
You could maybe save it for if we fail a stealth check, so that you can.
Exactly. Like I'm just
Help
gonna
us.
wait till something
Just chilling.
goes wrong.
That's fair.
Wait till you guys fuck it up,
Mitz
and then I'll
could try
fix
to
it.
Mitz could try to glide over to the rooftop and like get on top and see if like anything happens, so they can, I guess, throw a distraction when necessary.
If you got a running start, I'd say you could probably make the glide. Yeah.
But Mitz also doesn't want to leave Z by.
I could
Keep
try.
going by
I could
yourself.
try climbing up there, but I have a -1
No, no.
strength.
I think it's okay.
Could Wolf maybe have carried you, or
Ah.
helped you in some way, as someone who has a climbing speed?
I'll allow it.
Yeah, if we want to just all be on the roof, that seems like a interesting place
Okay.
to be.
I'll allow
Stay
it.
on the roof.
Yeah, I'll allow it. I'll allow it. You guys can all be on the roof. It's fine. I'm okay with
Please
that.
help. I am not
It's
strong.
like,
Yeah,
it's just
so
like
yeah, you're all on the
physical
roof.
cliffs of insanity. Just
You don't notice anybody around you all, like just the soldiers all seem to just kind of be chilling outside, minding their business. And yeah, Wolf, if you want to go ahead and roll me like athletics or something to like tear open a big old hole in the thatched roof, do your thing.
now to be able. Oh yeah. To be able to climb up there, I did have to use a rage, so just quietly seething. So
Okay.
do I have advantage of this if I keep it up to open the?
Hey, fair enough.
Just quietly seething.
It's a very
Good
quiet
roll,
and
too.
angry boy.
Yeah, so yeah, with the
Never.
25, yeah, you tear
Advantage.
open easily like a solid, like I'd say like 4 to 5 foot wide like hole. Like you just pull, you dig in with both claws and just rip up, like ripping up carpet almost. You just rip up part of this roof.
Yeah.
And like it's there, there's a nice wide open hole you guys can all just drop down into.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mitz will stay on the roof just in
Who's
case.
going?
All right, so let me.
So how are y'all gonna get out?
I have rope. We'll just do it down the hole if no one hears us,
No,
and if
yeah.
someone does, we're gonna have to take these guys out real quick anyway. So.
Let me.
I mean, Mako can float down because of the
Yeah,
boots.
you go ahead.
Mhm.
We'll hang out up here. I don't think we all need to go down there anyway.
Mitz, you're
Mitz
marked
has
as
a
on the
question
roof.
for the
Determine
GM.
contents.
Yes, my love.
How tall is this warehouse?
About not super tall, about 10, 11 feet up, maybe.
No! Mitz is gonna just drop their 10-foot long pole.
Oh, fair enough.
And climb down.
Well, they're gonna stay up there, but they're just gonna like tie it to the roof and be like, all right, this is you can get up and down this
Well,
way.
Chloe,
Alright.
you and Net can climb back out of this over the wall. You have spider climb.
Yeah. Is anyone
Yeah.
else staying on the roof with Mitz?
Wolf and Z, I assume.
Z
were.
probably is, yeah.
Okay. Wolf, we all staying up?
Yeah, and I think he would caution everyone be over here. Like, if this is a pointed roof, be in the sort of lee where if they look, they can't see us.
It's not super pointed. It's more kind of like, almost sort of kind of like a little rounded. Not like very steeply rounded, but a little rounded. But yeah, you guys are
So
definitely
the
fine from
point
where you
be-
are.
Keep that between us and them. Don't move too
Yeah.
far.
So
Okay.
let's come back to our outside folk in a bit. The boys on the inside. So you drop into this warehouse. There are 3 torches keeping the area lit. There's definitely plenty of things around you. You can almost immediately, well, those of you that can smell just like the pungent scent of like fish and fruit and other things out of these crates. Yet since some of these crates probably shouldn't have been open, maybe the soldiers who have been hanging out here, or maybe some workers on break, kind of just came in and cracked some shit open and had a bit of food to themselves. You can see some
Amazing.
barrels, which of just like large barrels. You assume they probably have like some wine or some other beverage. You can see some crates over here that appear to have actually something. You can see like some large crates over here that are kind of sealed off. There are 2 other large crates over here that appear to be sealed off. But you can kind of see like almost like bits of straw and like grain poking out of them. You get probably what they're loaded down with. And most curiously, are these 2 large chests sealed with multiple locks.
Are the locks magical or
Nope.
just regular locks?
Just locks.
Just locks, you say?
Just locks.
That sounds like your area of expertise. That over there
Well,
looks like
wait.
something you should take care of.
When you say not magical, that's just as far as we can see. Should Mitz maybe trying to do detect magic real quick?
No. Mako, you've seen
It'll be
plenty
able
of
to see
magic.
through
Like, you've seen, like, the kind of inscriptions and runes you need to put on a thing to make a magical lock. Not this one. They're just
Okay.
locks.
Okay.
Alright. If you want to take care of that, I'll just take a look through the other stuff, see if I find anything interesting.
All right. Where are you looking specifically, Play?
Probably like the 2 big crates and then just
All
like in order.
2 big crates, grain, shit ton of it, whole bunch of grain, lot of grain, fuck ton of grain.
Cool.
Nothing buried in the grain.
No,
about,
just the grain. Those 3 over there,
Yeah.
fireworks, and a shit ton of them. Just
Oh.
crates piled high of these long cylinders of like painted in like bright red and other colors. You have to fill in the color might correspond to what color they explode in, and they all have fuses on them. You get the sense that, again, they're meant to be like angled on some kind of like launcher, lit, and then they shoot off into the air and. Just...
Okay, so like, how big are we talking? Are we talking like illegal South Carolina ones, or like?
I'm talking like illegal Floridian
Okay,
fireworks.
okay, all right.
Talking like the kind of shit where it's like, did you get this imported from somewhere? Like what? These words aren't in English. These words are in Chinese. Like I don't know where you got these from, but don't buy them for no more. Oh, and those 3, you kind of crack open with like it's like the side of a javelin. You can kind of crack open one of the barrels, and just some wine starts to leak out. Very flavorful wine. Actually, it's probably similar to the kind you guys were drinking with Josh earlier.
And then these 3 chests, or whatever they are.
You crack open one of them, gold. Shit ton of gold coins. Like the chest is piled down with
them. Do this stealthy. Don't take anything yet. We have to decide if we're destroying this place or not.
Right, and I'm gonna just like, I'll take 1.
That single gold coin.
I'll grab a single gold coin, just for now.
It's about the principle of it.
If you take 2, you can get another devil sweet roll.
Oh, good point. I'm just gonna take one more. I'm just gonna take 1 for now. Just 1 for now. Just 1 for now.
He's practicing restraint. I love that.
I know I'm a lizard man, but even we get fat. So I gotta be careful.
All right, fair enough. Of note, by the way, hey Z.
Yeah.
What'd you do with Ami?
I really want this to be a conversation beforehand. Where Wolf's like, she doesn't make any noise at all. It'd be fine.
Exactly.
Children are very stealthy.
She's the little thing. She's on the roof with me.
All right, well, she's here. Okay, I was gonna say, did you leave her with Joshua? Like,
no.
Okay, fair enough.
We don't leave this child with Joshua.
So yeah, just wondering. So yeah, Ami's up there. Ami's up there on the roof next to you, Zenari. You bought her a little doll while you were at the festival. She's kind of just like just playing around with that, like throwing it up, spinning it a little bit, making it fly around a bit. You have no idea what imaginary world game she's having in her head right now. Seems like a lot of fucking fun though.
All right, cool.
But yeah, other than that, that's all you guys noticed. So Mako, do you want to do some lock picking on these chests up here?
Yes, but first I would like to make sure they're not rigged with any kind of booby trap or alarm.
Check for traps.
That will... Yes.
Do you roll anything for that?
Investigation, I believe, is traditional, but
yeah.
it's kind of whatever.
If you want to roll investigation, all right, I'll take insight, given that you probably recognize this kind of thing, maybe. It's clean. Just locked a bunch.
All right. So would this be a thieves' tools check or a sleight of hand check?
Yeah.
Thieves' tools, please. Thieves' tools, if you don't mind. Yeah. So that first, each of them is locked kind of with like 2 large padlocks. You get in there with like just like some fine. Actually, if you want to, describe me. How do you do this? How does it look? Tell me how this looks.
All right. Mako cracks his ethereal knuckles. And
makes a creaking sound.
Yeah. He picks up the first block in his hand, sort of feels the weight, inspects the outer mechanisms, and realizes that this looks pretty familiar, like a pretty standard lock. So he gets to work, just tinkering until it cracks open, and then just puts it down lightly to avoid making any noise. Gets to the next one, repeat, rinse, repeat, and repeat again until they're all off the chest, taking great care to place them down so that they don't make any noise.
Yeah, I'd say you're fine at doing that.
Huh?
I'd say you do that perfectly fine.
All right. And taking care to minimize any evidence that they were tampered with. All right, and so once that's all done, I carefully open the first chest.
Tava was 100% right. The chest is loaded full of Hashari-made muskets.
God.
You get the sense, even just like rough counting, like by the rank and file of it, this box, this big chest here, easily 100 of them.
Is there a way to break them that looks like they were poorly made to nullify them and also piss people off?
I mean,
We don't mind causing a commotion. We could make it look like an accident. One of the torches maybe caught the box of grain, and then the fireworks went off.
Well, here's
Or
a thought.
maybe the wine that's spilling on the floor right now, the torch fell into the wine, caught the fireworks.
Here's a thought.
All right, make a.
These guns, they'd be devastating in the hands of the Emir's army. But how would they be in the hands of the Storm Children?
This is true.
Can we take all
I mean,
of
if
them?
no one knows we're here, it doesn't necessarily mean that we'll have the heat on us. It does mean people will be searching for thieves, but not necessarily us.
True.
I'm down. If
I don't suppose a raid is...
Good.
got plenty of space, Neck can store some of that.
so yeah, are y'all planning on taking some of these muskets with y'all?
As many as I can fit on net.
What's net strength?
Oh, that's a good question. Hold on. Let me
I'll
find
come
out
down
for
here and
you.
help lift too.
Sure. Wolf, what's your strength?
16.
Say, Wolf, you can probably handle, like, with both hands, you could probably get a good grip on, say, maybe 10-ish.
Net has a strength of 15.
What if
And
you use
with the
a rope to lash
saddlebags?
it together?
I'd say you could probably fit on each of the saddle. Yeah, maybe one or two empty saddlebags hanging out on net, or like ones that aren't that full. I'd say you probably fit again. Yeah, maybe a good 10 or so in each. It would definitely weigh net down a little bit, but you know.
Yeah, you can handle it, big boy. Just like pat him on the.
Yeah, he kind
Pat him
of
on the
grunts
snout.
and like shakes himself a little bit, but does seem like he's all right mostly. So yeah, anything else y'all doing besides grabbing those 30 weapons?
Ooh. Relock
I'd like
it,
to check
and
the
then
other
they'll just be short on their numbers, and that's just obnoxious, but also might breed
Yeah.
mistrust.
We fucked up weeks of bureaucracy for you. Ha ha!
Now,
Enjoy paperwork.
Play's gonna look longingly back at the gold. Do we want to take any of that?
We're already stealing, they're already going to be looking for thieves.
And it would
Why
make
don't
sense
we
because if
admit?
we stole gold, then they wouldn't be looking for a military thief.
I guess
I
it's
mean,
true, we make that one more
notice-
obvious.
What
True.
they're missing.
All right.
If we
we
went
just
to
have
the
to-
boys' original plan and caused an accident,
I
they
will
may not have
say-
noticed the guns.
All right. How about this? How do I want to do this?
We could roll insight on how people are likely
Good
to react
question.
between those three plans.
No. I think the plan of taking the gold is fine. I have no problem with that. I'm debating on
Mhm.
how to figure out how much you guys can take. Because just doing a bunch of strength bonuses, that's fine. But that's boring. That's basic. Let's go. Since this is more fun.
I mean, I would personally say we're more interested in taking guns rather than gold, right? So,
Right.
just like whatever spare space we have.
Would just be for more. Okay, some more. So with the spare space, I'll say you guys can take. Give me a couple seconds.
Viva la resistance. Just pass out guns all the slaves.
I mean,
That's okay. 60.
it'd be hard to do. The logistics of that is crazy all across town, but if we could.
You guys
Wait,
can
quick
comfortably
question.
grab 120 gold.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you wanna
Can
divide that
by the
evenly?
way. Oh, sorry.
Alright,
Mitz
Or should
has
I
a question.
just stuff it in
Mhm.
Net's pocket?
Sure.
How much could, if Mitz carried if Mitz casted Mage Hand, could the Mage Hand carry?
You know, they actually have rules on how much Mage Hand can carry, but I never.
'Cause it
used
says
Mage
I
Hand.
think
it says
like
10
5 pounds
pounds.
or something. Oh, 10.
All right. Well, if it's 10 pounds, then I'll say you can take another extra bag of like I don't know, 50 gold with you. I don't fucking whatever. Sure, 50 gold. Fucking
We're
asking
just
me
stealing
math
from
questions
the
right
Emir.
now.
Take Mage Hand? Hold on.
Oh
I
God,
want to know.
guys,
I did take Mage Hand.
guys.
I'm going to do it too.
Okay,
Oh,
fine.
no.
Another extra
Just gonna
100 gold
be
goes
fun.
with you guys. Okay, sure, whatever. Are you
Well,
leaving
they're
the
doing
warehouse?
that. While they're doing that,
Yeah.
Mako's gonna replace the locks on the crate.
Okay,
to-
for the sake
Fair
of
enough.
brevity, we say you do that. You all make it out of the hole. The slaves, the warrior serfs are none the wiser
wanna check
as
the
you
other
climb
crate.
back out to the roof and escape back off to the rocky terrain and off into the dead of night. Where do you want to take all this shit you just stole?
I guess
If Josh
stash
didn't
it
have
somewhere. Where do we want to stash it, you
for a
guys?
pickup
Buried
outside-
outside of town. Oh, sorry. What, Mako?
If Joshua didn't have the conch, we could arrange for a pickup on the outskirts of the city.
This is true. We can
Still
bury it
leave
at a
it.
very specific location and then
And
call
then-
someone to pick it up.
Yeah.
I like
Also
this
works.
plan.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, and we can deal with the specifics of that in a little bit. That's fine. Don't worry about that. So yeah, you make the agreement to basically bury it somewhere decently outside of town and make the call to have someone come pick it up later, which is fine. You can agree to that. So
Dig
what
the
do
hole
you-
like a dog.
Yeah. What do you want to do rest of the night? Do you want to go back to Joshua? Do you want to go just get some sleep somewhere? Do you want to...
Well, for 1 hour, I need 2 volunteers so I can get tongues.
We have to do that the day of the second
True.
The day
Oh,
of
okay.
day, right?
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, because we need to do it right before we enter the camp.
Yeah.
Right?
So
I mean, it's a once per long rest kind of thing, so if we want, like, me to have a different spell going into the next day, it'd be kind of helpful. So if I already just had this before our long rest, it would actually be more efficient.
well, there you go.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys
So go with
all
you.
pile back up at the tavern. Joshua manages to rent a room. He puts you all up. Actually, you know what? I can even bring us back over to that map real quick because y'all are already there.
Nice.
And we'll go ahead and say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. This room right here. So yeah, you guys all managed to sort of pile in for the night. Joshua does his best to kind of like keep attention away from the lizard walking by with the obvious musket sticking out of his saddlebags and the big wolf man walking
we
by with
buried it
10 of them in
outside.
his arms.
We left those.
no, we
left the
buried it out.
muskets.
All right, you
Yeah,
did.
we
Never mind.
buried that.
Buried it out there.
All right, you read them. Never mind. Sorry, that's my fault. Ignore that. That's me. So yeah,
Okay.
Joshua just comes back, and as you guys all walk
The
in,
big
so like
W.
towards you're kind of looking around. Joshua is kind of right outside his room originally. He is talking to the shell, but as you all approach, he just very quickly just. That was fast.
It went smoothly.
How did your report go?
Perfect. I delivered all necessary intel to the required channels, and I. So, what'd you find?
We found some
You should talk
muskets.
inside the room.
We have bad news and we have
Talk
good
inside
news.
the room.
All right,
Oh,
I've-
I thought we already. Okay.
I've done enough. I've done enough bad news. What'd you have? What'd you find?
Muskets.
We found
Guns.
guns.
Muskets,
Lot of guns.
as in the Hashari weapons
Yes.
in the warehouse.
Your intel was spot
Yes.
Then the Emir is certainly moving them to his troops up north.
Mhm.
He's gathering
Well-
forces at Wadal.
on. Well,
have to
when
know
he goes
why.
to move them, he may find there's an
You
inconsistency
missing.
in the ledgers.
You stole some of them.
Yes. As many as we could
For
hold.
legal
Not with
reasons, I
us,
can't
it's
answer
fine.
that. However, if one of the storm children were to excavate a certain spot outside the city,
Under the big
they may
W.
find some materials
Big
that
W.
may be useful to your cause.
He puts the shell just back on the table here. It just says, "Pass that information on whenever you can." But I got a slightly better idea.
Mhm.
I've been doing
Let's
some
hear it.
talk, gathering up some people who are a little, well, discontented with the status quo, as it were. And I don't know. While it certainly might not necessarily be keen for a group of aspiring rebels wearing bright blue cloaks to go raiding the Emir's warehouse for all his guns, if an upstart band of malcontents were to, I don't know, get a bit too riled up and raid a warehouse, making off with whatever they can get their hands on, well, that just has to happen sometimes, yes?
Yeah.
It does.
Sure
I guess
does.
you do have good ideas sometimes.
It's almost like I'm second in command for a reason.
Let's cause a
Okay.
ruckus.
Well,
But that's the thing. They can't know it's us because we have other stuff to do.
well, of course. Hence why I'm gathering a band of people who live here.
Smart.
Which leads to part 2 of our plan. The slave camps. We're going tomorrow night,
Mhm.
yes?
Yes.
Mhm.
I've been thinking about that. If the plan is for Zenari and at least one other of you two to get into the ball, I'll take at least one other of you, maybe one more, so 2 tops, and break into the slave camps if we can. We won't be causing a ruckus immediately, just making ourselves comfortable, seeing who we can meet, talk to, finding out obvious leaders, things like that. our goal is not so much to radicalize, but just to plant seeds, see where their heads are at. If there's anyone we can get on board with the cause immediately, we go for it. Otherwise, we just get them the idea that if an opportunity comes, they should take it.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, well, we give them the opportunity.
Exactly.
This plan has 3 phases. Phase 1 is the warehouse attack. Phase 2 is getting the slaves to revolt, and phase 3 is whatever you all do while you're at this ball. And the timing of it depends entirely on the ball. I haven't thought of how we can coordinate this timing, but it's a very one and done signal, so it has to be perfect.
Well, if we're going to raid the warehouse, it does have some fireworks in it.
Fireworks are a signal.
Mitz.
A big signal.
I also have thoughts on who goes where personally, but
Yeah. Mitz has
Mako
an
knows what he
offer. Just a sliver of an idea.
Mhm.
They can cast shape water, so they can actually freeze the water into like a cube or something. So as a signal, Mitz could have it melt. Because Mitz
just
can keep
let
this up
it
for an
go.
hour. Unfortunately, yeah, this only lasts for an hour though.
So we'd have to have you put up that shape water thing, but the problem is we'd all be separated. How about those of us who aren't
yeah, we
there
can
know the
order
signal?
one person.
Well, I guess that's fair.
Definitely fireworks.
If we want to signal to all of the slaves that now is the time to revolt,
The fireworks.
I think
would be
that's
the
how we
case.
would have to do
Big
it.
fan of fireworks.
Fireworks.
The firework
Can't
plan
have
makes a
much
lot of
of a
sense.
The ice
firework.
idea is brilliant. The ice idea, maybe. My thought is that Mako and Zanari maybe to go to the party, and that Ploy and Mitz, you two go to the camp, and Wolf can try and run between the two, ready to help who needs to be helped. Try and stay central. I can move very quickly, and would be able to run in and at least get people out if all goes sideways. The ice could be a very good signal for that.
All right. So
You let it go if danger happens.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I could see that. Okay, yeah. I mean, if Josh kind of says, all right, that plan makes sense. So I'll take the feathered one and the scaly one with me. No offense, I'm also scaly.
I'm taken.
The bard and the suit of armor will go to the party. However you plan on getting in there is up to you. I don't mind. And the hairy one will run interference. Stay in the middle. If anything gets too close, just cause a small distraction. Maybe make a bit of a scene. You know, cause a bar fight if you have to. Anything like that. This plan seems pretty foolproof. Alright, so then tomorrow is set up. Those of us who are going for the camp, we should scout out, prep ourselves to get ourselves known, and once the market ends, we make ourselves mingle in with the crowd. However you all plan to get into the party, if you have set up to do it tomorrow. Wolf, well, get some sleep, friend.
I'm just gonna be here to help whoever needs it tomorrow.
You all can crash here if you'd like. I'm not sleeping here. I have to go check on some things. So, I'll catch you all either directly before we infiltrate the camp or before the attack itself happens. In either case, be safe. Use your best judgment and stay hidden until the time is right. Yes?
Yes.
Thorns be at your back, friends.
And you as well.
Yours.
And he takes his leave.
We don't have to split up that way. Wolf would say. He's like, that was just my first thought.
Yeah, and so, it's night. It's evening. Is there anything you guys want to do this last night before the day 2 sort of takes over?
Before the long rest begins, Z would like her 2 volunteers.
Oh, quick
We
change of
both
plans.
have to be good at magic.
I was thinking maybe Wolf, you and I could switch places. I have a.
Distraction idea.
I was thinking this might give me an opportunity to maybe try to assassinate the Emir.
Yeah.
I mean,
I admit to for this, but
Remember what we're up
how
against.
about
I mean, considering I'm going to be running between you, with net, I could get a pretty high vantage point. And if I overload this gun, I might just be able to take him out in one go, if I get a clean shot.
If he doesn't sense your intent beforehand.
He did immediately throttle me at distance with magic just for thinking could I kill him?
But you were in the same room. I could be buildings away.
It's true. I mean, we don't know the range on that. Do we know the range on your gun?
Oh, it can shoot.
It can shoot.
It shoots.
It can shoot far.
It's
I got about
200
200 feet
meters
on
is the
that.
range.
200
What's your
feet is
range?
quite a
It
bit.
can shoot.
It can shoot.
It can shoot. Whatever
Whether it
range you think
works or
shooting
not,
is.
it'll
No, I
definitely
got about
send a
200
message.
feet of range on that.
Sorry, it's 200 meters is the range.
Yeah,
That is-
200 meters.
Jesus. So meters,
That is
not
further-
feet?
Meters.
That's
That's
600.
That's 600 feet.
I know.
like I said,
about?
that's far.
I know.
That's
That is
so
much farther
far.
than most
I know.
spell effects.
Bruh.
I mean,
Now I
this
should
could be our
I should
opportunity.
say that's what it says on the tin. Now does it work that way
Yeah.
in practice?
Now, maybe I will go with you two to scout out the camp. We need to know if I will be noticed. The reason I thought you two would do well is because I feel like you would blend in better with generally
I
the
have
people of
feathers.
this nation. It's still less so than not scales. Just saying. I'm a large white-haired man that is,
I'm a large
Much
white man.
and
Sorry. I'm
I'm
so
not
sorry.
that-
I'm
Anyway,
also
it's fine.
thinking, if I go to the camp, I can't really take a net with me now, can I?
this is true. And
That's
I'd
I
okay.
rather
do
not
enjoy
leave
your
it.
idea of at least taking a swing at the Emir if
Yeah.
we have to. I would caution doing so early or recklessly.
Right. I mean, if I have the
Keep
ice
as
cube
much
with me,
range as you can.
if I have the ice cube
This is
with me,
true.
I could just wait for the
Let's
signal.
see it. I guess, Mako, what was like the makeup of the slave camp? Would just an odd, like, not from around here looking person be amiss?
I don't
I
know.
guess DM.
Would they make up? You tell me.
Oh, you get to decide.
Monster of the weekend.
Alright. I don't know what that is, but
Basically, I'm saying
You
right
get to
now,
decide.
you say it. Whatever you say, it's gonna be that.
well, like I said, it wasn't very heavily guarded, and I don't think the guards were paying too close attention. Aside from the fact that there's a registry, I don't think it would be too hard to sneak a person in or out.
Well, it's more, do they have like humans at least, or some more fleshy-looking humanoids that I wouldn't be a standout in that crowd?
Do they?
It was a variety of peoples and races.
Okay.
I saw too many that looked like you, but one who
There's a
does.
few.
Implausible.
Okay. Then what I'm gonna need is some kind of black tar or shoe polish just to look a little less white-haired. Like, that's kind of a signature thing.
White hair.
It's a shifter thing. It makes us stand out a bit. Between that, then yeah, maybe Ploy, you can be the one. I mean, you also have more mobility on net than
Sure
I
do.
can have.
Yep.
All right. With the plan settled, day 2.
I'm going to sleep.
You awaken to day 2. You guys spent the past few nights camping, so like you've been waking up to like the gentle sounds of nature, wind in the dunes and things like that. You wake up to the morning to just fucking just raucousness. It's fucking loud. People are yelling and drinking and laughing and having a good fucking time, even at like this early hour of the morning. Like they're going at it already. Like it's pretty early in the day. But yeah, the festival is back in full swing. Fuck this song. I like the song better actually. There we go.
That's
Hell
more
yeah.
festival-y.
Much more festival-y. And yeah, so it's day 2, and you guys are set to do whatever you would like, and I'm gonna go ahead and just, I guess, give the scene back to you guys. I feel like I'm doing that a lot this session. Have at it, Lonuffs.
Yeah.
So,
I need to make an inn with the Emir of Mercal.
yeah, although that might be
Yeah.
a secondary thing if you can simply be Zanari's bodyguard. But it would be fun if we could get both.
You've already got part of an in with them.
Well, it's true, but I would need to find him again to make a formal introduction. Say, hey,
Do that at the ball.
it's true. Though I'd want to avoid making too much of a scene, and he may get suspicious if he sees a lowly traveler in the desert who was stopping in a sandstorm to search for a measly 10 gold, suddenly
Yeah.
high affair of state.
I just think the order is you and Zanari should go find that noble, and then if we have time, absolutely go try and meet the Merkal Emir first, before the party.
Very well.
So you could do that tomorrow morning too if we need to.
True. Very well.
All right.
Zanari, as my employer, the lead is yours to take.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a bodyguard.
Yeah,
So,
this is fine.
the two of
By
you
the way,
are heading off
where's
to do
Ami?
that. What are the other rest of you three doing?
Well,
Well,
Z's gone,
no,
so Mitz is gonna go find that any kind of like magical thread or good fabric.
Mitz is off to go check out the festival again. And yeah, it's a pretty big festival from people from all over the lands. Not too hard to find some magical thread around.
Well,
All right.
was Mako's reconnaissance good enough for the three of us that are looking at the camp to not need to go check it out, or should Wolf go check it out?
You can feel free to if you want, but I think overall Mako probably got a pretty good sense of it. He rolled really well.
Okay. Then Wolf would actually go with Mitz just to help, but also he doesn't know where to go. He just wants to see the sights, smell the smells, and keep an eye out.
Fair enough. So yeah, you two just start taking out for a bit. Zanari,
He's looking for a thing in particular, actually, but
and this is of course a critical question to ask before I get to what Ploy is doing. Z, what's up with Ami? Where's she going? With you guys?
I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure where else she would go because everyone else is off doing the thing. And I can't
Go with
leave her by
me and Mitz.
herself. What?
she could go with Mitz and I. I mean,
You can leave
Or
her
just
with
go around
me.
town.
I mean, I will
No.
say so those are all options.
Oh, yeah,
Also,
those are all options. Okay.
your best chance to catch Joshua sober is probably right now.
Oh, okay.
eh,
I don't know.
I
I,
mean, you
I
can
feel like I trust Wolf and Mitz enough. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. I trust them enough.
Yeah. She just kind of like look back at you and mentally link just like, "Are you going to be safe, Mother?"
Here with Mako. It'll be fine. I promise.
She says, "Okay." She kind of just like bounds her way over towards you. She actually kind of like loops an arm around you, Mitz, and just kind of like gets it like kind of close.
Oh,
Aww. This is just gonna just not like stopping before actually touching Ami and just be like about like ready to like smooth a hand down the scales.
She seems fine
But,
with it.
like so it's just gonna like gently pat Ami's head.
Yeah, she smiles. Just big old eyes closed smile.
Just inward like mid squee.
Inward squeeing. All right, and I guess that lastly leaves Ploy. Where are you up to today?
Probably just exploring the town, looking for a building that would make a good vantage point for,
Cool. We'll get to that.
Sniping the ear.
We'll get to that in just a minute. So, I need two things to happen. The first is, you know what? I'm gonna talk about what happens with so Mitz and Wolf. You guys head out for a bit, going out to look just for some simple magical thread for a while, and eventually you come across just like a stand selling some random knickknacks and things. And you come across this spool of thread they're selling that glitters almost, and you can pretty much tell without too much concern it's more than likely, it's more than likely magical thread of some variety.
Is there more than one variety? Because like Mitz is gonna
She says, "Well, this one has celestial magic embedded within it." She pulls out another one that kind of looks void black. This one has death magic in it. And pulls out a third one, and this one, as he kind of it looks like kind of like a normal-ish color, almost like a slightly sort of like reddish hue. As he kind of taps it really hard, the spool itself just lights on fire. He taps it again, and it goes out. It says, "This one's fire magic."
Well, Mitz is gonna ask Ami, is gonna be like, Ami, this is gonna go in your mom's present. Which one do you like?
She points right to the middle one, the void black one.
We'll take one of those.
She says,
How much?
She says, "No one buys these. I only have one spool of them left. It's yours."
Thanks.
Yeah.
Uh,
So that happens. Sorry. Anything else? Feel free. But before you do that, no, it's fine. Go ahead.
Mitz was like, if that one's free, Mitz is gonna at least offer some patronage. So, like, I'll
Buy
take.
some milk.
How much do the other threads cost?
The fire magic one's about 10 gold. It's decently popular in random places. And there's also the celestial thread, which, well, everyone seems to want it, but no one ever seems to want to buy it. It goes for about 15 or so gold a weave, but I'll throw them both at you for 20.
I'll take them.
And yeah, she just kind of just hands them, places them in like a small sort of woven bag, all three of them, and just kind of hands them off to you, and just takes the gold and says, "Just appreciate it, thank you." And I think that's a pretty solid spot to slice over to our sort of others, as Zanari and Mako, you're traveling about, just busy, hanging about the festival, perhaps looking around the places you were yesterday. And it's as you're at one of these sort of large kind of carnival-style games, the aim of it's hard to tell specifically. There's this large sort of like target almost with a hole in the middle, and there are small numerical symbols all around it. And you think for a minute like, oh, okay, obviously hit the target and get points and win somehow. But whenever someone throws it through the middle, everyone boos, like it's like a really bad thing. It's very strange. And in fact, you hear that, like, as you're kind of looking, you hear just like that, oh gosh, that large boo. As you look over, that same man from yesterday, in decidedly less noble looking clothes, but still relatively fine garment, appears to just look kind of downtrodden as he's holding an outstretched hand, just, damn it, bless the divine. And he offers a few gold to the party keeper and just says, I'm done with this, and starts to walk off.
Yeah, Zeal is kind of hurry up a little bit, just to like catch him at the booth at least. Hey, tough luck, huh?
I swear these games are rigged.
Really, I've never tried this game. What's it about?
So they say the goal is to have the closest thing to pinpoint accuracy without having it. There's a story we have in our culture. You don't seem to be from around here. Sorry if that's an assumption.
I'm not.
Well, the story goes, there was an archer, world-renowned, incredibly famed soldier, and this tyrannical master came upon him and said that he had to serve in his armies. And the man said, well, no, I refuse to serve. And the rumor said that this man was always a slave to hubris, as many in this domain are. So, the story says the leader set up a test, wherein he would have to show off feats of incredible archery, and if he passed this test, he would have to be conscripted. And he thought to himself, surely this man won't pass up an opportunity to show off his incredible talents. And he did, missing every single target by just this much. Purposefully. So the game goes. Miss the target by just that much, and you win.
Fascinating. Name's Zanari, by the way.
Marquis, it's a pleasure. Are you in town for the festival or a local? You don't seem to be from these parts.
Just here for the festival. Over here with the bodyguard, and just points over to Mako. That's he's not gonna offer a name or anything. Just point over. Say.
Imposing figure indeed.
I am a big fan of stories. Perhaps I can also tell one. She's actually going to determine tail, so let me roll a d8.
Oh boy, tales of being determined. Here we go.
7. What's a 7?
What's the 7?
Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, she's going to kind of build off of the mischievous nature that is, just intentionally missing the target by just a bit. And speak of this mischievous fae that did a very similar thing in the mirror plane that is the Feywild. Talking about how they use that trickery of seeming just inadequate by a hair to actually end up gaining the advantage at tricking quite a few mortal beings into underestimating them.
Exciting. Yeah, so he kind of just sits, just enraptured by this tale, just really, really enjoying it, offering a quick commentary here or there, or like a chuckle here or there at certain parts. That's quite the tale. do you do this often? You seem to have a talent for this.
I do. It's just holy gift, I guess.
Fascinating.
I want to give this a try. She wants to give the game a try if possible.
Oh boy.
Here
we go.
All right. And yeah, is there an attendant at this booth?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
There's definitely an attendant there.
Okay.
And he turns back and says,
Okay, I think I'm trying to see if I can use this, the fact of this die to help me here. Cause yeah, I'll just kind of, bid and do whatever I need to do. And Zia will just, I don't know, maybe have like a smile or a wink and require a wisdom saving throw from the attendant.
Okay. You rolled a 5.
Okay, so I feel so he's charmed by me now.
Yeah. He just says, well, hello there. How can I help you?
I was just hoping to try out this game here.
And he says, sure, not a problem. And he kind of lays out, you get 3 of these kind of like ball shapes to throw. And as he kind of hands them over, he does lean in just a little bit closer and says, the secret is to aim left, by the way. And for whatever skill you want to use to take the test, to take this game, I will give you advantage based on that knowledge.
Okay, I don't know what exactly would make sense.
Ranged weapon attack?
I'll take a ranged weapon attack if that's what you want.
Or is it possible to justify doing a spell attack?
Sure. I don't see why not.
Light the ball on fire.
No, you know what? No. I'll allow it.
Maybe just because of like accuracy kind of base.
Yeah, I can see that. I'll take it.
Actually, let me see if like. Let me look at my equipment.
Do you have the spell catapult where you can just choose
the
where it
bonus
goes?
is actually. Oh my god.
Fucking catapult.
Let me see if it would actually. Yeah, the bonus would be different. So, yeah, okay, I'll go with that. We're just gonna try.
Sure.
We're just gonna try. Because why not? We're at a festival. We're playing games. Here we go. 12.
You rolled a 12?
So your first shot,
fine.
kind of flings out. You try to like use magical energy, kind of like bend it around a little bit. Unfortunately, you overcorrect a bit. It kind of just shoots up. It still hits the target, but kind of hits like one of the outer rings. And he says, "Give it another shot. You have 2 more."
I have 2 more. All right. Oh my god, do I want to cast guidance on myself?
Do you want to cast
I feel like
guidance?
this is my... If I want to win. Okay, so it's plus a d4, but we're gonna roll first.
Go for it.
How much magic does it?
I mean, it's a 19.
Oh, a 19,
sure
but you know what? We're gonna do it anyway.
That's a 22!
Yeah. So there's a specific circle, like a number on the like kind of top left corner. It's like highlighted in gold. You might assume like in the story it's probably where the archer hit the target or whatever. And you kind of just like curveball fling this, and it just sails and smacks directly into that. A couple like poofs of colored smoke just fling up from behind the target, and everyone around just goes up and cheers. And he's just like, "You're the first one to win that game in almost a year now." And he just says, "Well, sorry to say, but we don't usually offer a prize for this. It's meant to just be a matter of showmanship."
Well, that's perfectly fine with me. I'm just here for the good time.
You turn over from the attendant. Marquis is just gaping, just a warrior and a scholar. I'm impressed.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Rest in peace.
Cameron's
Rest in
messed
peace,
up.
Michelle. Not the internet
no.
again! No!
Oh,
Not the
No.
internet again!
the cams.
No, not the kid. No, the cams. No! Wait, I can fix this.
No.
okay.
Wait, no, it's cool. She's back.
here.
She's cool.
She's
We did
back.
it.
We're
Everything's
good.
fine.
We're good.
We're
We're
fine.
good.
We're
It's
fine.
fine.
We're fine. We bring it back in the scene. All right. So yeah, he just looks at you and just again, just very amazed, just says, "A warrior and a scholar." I'm impressed.
Well, thank you.
Oh, I'm losing my head clearly. Tell you what, Zanari, how much of this festival do you want to see?
Kind of whatever, honestly.
Well,
The first time, so.
well, not to, I don't know, flaunt one's own status or anything, but there's a ball tomorrow. The Emir, who is hosting this event, is having anyone of a notable wealth or status to gather in the hall to celebrate the occasion after the market ends tomorrow. Or after the market ends today and then tomorrow is the celebration. There's a bit of a troubling stipulation I haven't been able to get around when it comes to getting in, though. He kind of, again, just looks very nervous while saying this.
He's doing the finger thing.
I need a date.
Aw.
You need a date, you say?
Yes. I'm certain your large friend could come too, if it's a matter of safety.
That would be a requirement, yes. But, surprising that you, have had trouble with this leading up to it. But I'd love to go with you.
You're a flatterer, I appreciate, but yeah, let's just say the last person who was supposed to come with me made alternative plans.
Can I vibe check that?
Yeah, please, feel free.
What does that mean?
Also, by the
did
way,
someone
you got dumped
steal?
for another Emir,
Is there a
or-
Mr. Steelio girl here? Hold on. I need to
Z,
know.
are you still wearing your wedding ring?
Oh fuck!
I don't know what that means.
I mean, it's
might not know
all
what that means.
black, so like it's not like it looks like a regular wedding ring.
That's fair.
Because I mean,
Not every teacher wears a ring on that finger to be married.
You can wear it on your middle finger and it'll be an ace ring.
Are you vibe checking that? Okay.
Yeah. No.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
Yeah, you get this genuine sense that, like, he's a little angry about that when he says it, but that's all you can really get without like pressing further in this.
You are planning on embarrassing this man when he gets there and a whole ruckus happens, so I don't know that you want to. be
Yeah,
a good
that's
person.
fair. I don't know if I want to know. I kind of feel bad. Oh no.
He says,
Are we the
but
baddies?
nonetheless, you agree, yes?
I do.
Oh, thank the divine. I mean, thank you. Yes, that's wonderful. I'm gonna go put some things together. However, and please don't take this as any offense of your dress. I think you look marvelous. The occasion does call for a bit of dress up. However, I'm not opposed to helping with that if you would like.
I mean, I'm not sure. I think I have pretty good taste.
Certainly, which is why I wouldn't offer to
Tell you
buy,
what.
which is why I wouldn't bother to take anything for you. However, if you were looking to buy around, there is a festival going on, and you could certainly take this. Beside him, there is just a large, like a sack. He just unties it from his belt. Doesn't open it, just hold the sack
Yeah.
out.
Okay. Oh, it's like, oh my god.
Consider it a thanks for saving my reputation. I'll see you tomorrow night.
See you tomorrow night. Where should we meet exactly? Just
Here?
sure.
And he kind of just tries for several moments to give a goodbye, and then just kind of just awkwardly waves and shuffles away.
He's awkward and cute. You're going to hurt him.
I know. I feel kind of bad. Oh no.
Nonetheless, no sooner
Are
as
we
he
the baddies?
no soon as he leaves, you all, from your various positions at the festival or looking around, notice a procession of slaves being brought about. As you can imagine, the individuals from the camp are being brought to the front of this large festival, up to sort of a large stage. Hand Takes Steel is there, and he is kind of already talking to individual nobles, taking offers and bets. Just, you get the sense that maybe, despite this being all like this big festival about this sort of slave auction, this event happens kind of fast. Like, pretty much just like, here are the slaves, buy them quick, get the fuck out, you know? So, just, again, he's just like taking offers. People are literally just like holding up bags of gold to him, screaming prices at him, pointing out at the individual slaves. Some are pulling, individuals down and like checking out them, putting fingers in their faces, looking at their jaws, checking their muscles. all kinds of very awkward and uncomfortable things happening to these slaves that look very, very unhappy with this. But yeah, this auction is just in full swing right now. And yeah, unless there's anything critically important you guys want to do during this auction, we can pass on.
I mean, Wolf has other shopping he wants to do, and wants to very much not look at that. He's just like, he will get too angry if he watches.
Fair enough.
And he knows that,
It's going
like,
to turn Ami around
me?
so, like, they can't see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, like, even though she's probably more, like, used to this than either Mitz or Wolf is, they're still, like, trying to shield her a bit from
Aww,
having to witness it.
that's cute. Yeah, she looks away. She doesn't see... She maybe at least kind of, not so much understanding everything that's happening, but understanding kind of, like, the gist of, like, whatever's happening is not something she should look at. She just kind of, like, looks away, plays with her doll for a bit, and keeps herself busy. But yeah, if nothing else happens, Wolf, your shopping we can definitely think we can talk about later. But let's something like critically important you think like needs to be like known that you get right now.
A sending stone, because Ploy's gonna also need to be able to contact the people in the party.
Fair enough, and we'll work. We'll
So he's
work
gonna
out.
ask for the 220.
Yeah.
To pay for that.
Fair enough. So yeah, and we can figure out cost for that in a little bit. I'm not gonna worry about too much right now. It's fine. But yeah, so you got the setting stone. Night falls. The auction ends as the sun peaks again, sort of like crests against the dunes, and night falls. There is a large gathering of just all the remaining slaves, kind of just all having been like tagged and marked in different ways, all being gathered and taken towards their towards the camp. Joshua kind of like comes up to you all and just says, "Our time is now. Who's coming with?"
So Mitz and Wolf are going. Was he able to do the ritual?
Yes, we'll say you did.
Okay. So do both of you want tongues cast on you? Because I can cast it on multiple people. It's not concentration.
Then yeah.
So I can
Then yeah,
cast it on both. I'll just I'll be down spell slots, but yeah, I can.
So yeah, you both can currently speak and hear all languages, including Sathani. So there you go. Which makes it easier for me when it comes to translating these. Anyway, so you two, again, Joshua kind of moves with you, and you almost see, like, there are two kind of slaves kind of, like, towards the back of the pack who almost kind of, like, arm open to kind of, like, usher you all into the midst of it. Kind of just like, come on. And then kind of you guys all get in the pack, and you are taken off back towards the camp. The guards do, like, watch you all come in, but they kind of just watch the throng. And so there's really nobody sort of like keeps tabs on you on you two on you. Like, you guys aren't noticed as you guys kind of come in, and you're in the camp effectively for all the purposes.
Okay. Wolf would have beforehand. I guess I didn't know that was happening right then. Would want to quickly shave his beard because he has the stuff on him. Hand his stuff off to Joshua and be like, "Don't lose these weapons." Very seriously. And then any kind of like grease or muck he can put through his hair. He wants to be as unrecognizable as possible.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, and I'm more than allow all that to happen. So you're perfect. You're definitely.
He can put in his hair if he needs to.
Yeah, you're much more disguised now, Josh. Like your weapons are definitely kind of held on to. You kind of.
He's all baby face.
Yeah. So it's all good to go. So yeah, you guys all managed to sneak into the camp unarmed. Joshua also doesn't have his sword by his side. He actually he deploys kind of like a lock on the door to his room of his tavern room. So all your guys' stuff, if any of you guys are going to the camp, all your stuff that you would need to keep there is locked in there safely. You're pretty certain that's not gonna go anywhere. And unless anything else happens, what actually happens at the camp we can deal with on day 3, I think, 'cause that might be the more important day. So, let me just quickly check. Give me 1 second. So yeah, so the day passes into night. It's night now. 3 of you are, I guess specifically you two, Wolf and Mitz, are currently off at the slave camp. The rest of the 3 of you, what do you want to do for the rest of the evening? Any talking or conversing you want to have? Any check-ins? Anything?
Does Zanari still need to find an outfit?
Could definitely do that now if you want it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
we can do that. Maybe not spend a whole lot of time on that because if we can also talk to the Emir of recall, that'd be pretty awesome too.
True. Are you going around looking for him?
I don't know if we should look like we're looking for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Best if we.
But
if it
I mean,
looks
Kinda, okay.
Yeah.
So we have a general idea. There's like a tavern that he's at. That isn't the tavern that we've been to. So if we just kind of like are on the way over there and happen to go by like some clothing stalls or something, find an outfit, just kind of be on the way.
Perfect.
Like, just be in the area where he would kind of be around.
Makes sense.
How much
is,
money
like,
did he
kind of
give
the
you?
feel. That's a great question.
Did you open the gold bag?
Yeah.
300.
Jesus Christ. Okay. You know, he was very nice, so we're gonna spend all of it on that and nothing else. Because I would feel even worse if I pocketed some. That'd be so sad.
I'm sorry. I had so much fun with this.
So, yeah, we'll be doing that. But also, yeah, being in the area where we think
All right.
your boy's gonna be.
So here's what we're gonna do for the sake of making this happen, for the sake of time, right? We're gonna go to another very, very quick break. Yes. As we come back, I will come back to a scene where we can describe, the camp as what's happening at the camp. This will be co-temporal with the ball happening, so we'll handle the slave camp scene and then cut to the co-temporal ball scene, and based on what happens there, we'll just play out the ending based on that. That sound fine? All right, so we're gonna grab the briefest of breaks. We hope you will stay and come and catch the rousing conclusion to what has been a very fun session. I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a really good time with this.
I like this.
So this is going to be a good time. I will see you guys in a little bit, all right? Be safe, and see you in a few. Goodbye, my loves.
Bye.
And I put the wrong stream up, but now we're back. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
It's us. Also, I have my thing up for some reason. I'm going to fix that. There we go. Boom. Hi, everybody. It's me. Welcome back to Seven Sons. Plans in motion and destiny set. Today is a day that will certainly, no matter what happens, go down in the history books. We re-enter our party. Actually, you know what? I just realized I have y'all on the wrong map right now because it'd be much more poignant if y'all are on the overall Boone map, and we'll get some Boone sounds going. But you know what? Our party's set up. They're split. Joshua, along with Wolf and Mitz, are currently stationed inside the at the slave camp, hanging out, waiting, making time, and we'll tap actually right back in with them as I quickly bring you guys over to the proper map. Whoop. So yeah, there you go. And y'all should be on this map too, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right there in the middle. Cool. There should also be a Joshua there. I'll get it. Don't worry about it. It's not important. Just know he's there. Mm-hmm. Point being, yeah, so you guys kind of are here. The slaves, again, they appear to be definitely still pretty downtrodden because, you know, it's a pretty shit luck to just have been sold to somebody else. And it's definitely not exactly the most fun, but there are definitely a couple of individuals you can pick out amongst the crowd. There's a group of them over here who are appearing to be, like, you know, unloading some crates of what appear to be, like, some kind of meals, maybe, like some sort of, like, last meal given to them before they're taken out to their new masters or something like that. They're kind of handing those out. As you're looking amongst them, one of them looks incredibly familiar.
Uh-oh.
It's Brika, the guide from episode 1.
Oh.
And so she's over there kind of just, like, doing her thing. She doesn't notice any of you. You also see a couple of other things. In particular, off to the side, telling some fanciful tale to a group of slaves who are all listening raptly, is a feathered individual with a bird-like head, closed-in wings behind them, and a bandana about their head. They also appear to be pulling from a cigar of some kind. Other than that, there's a couple other individuals. There's a Sithani who, off to the side here, who doesn't appear to be talking to any of the other slaves at all. In fact, the other slaves appear to be seen, like, outright avoiding them. Shari, who just at first glance just looks like he has no idea what in the genuine fuck is going on around here, like, at all. He just seems lost in the sauce. And you can see another individual over here, right by this fire, a Sithani. You can see, even from this distance, scars on, like, good chunks of their, like, you know, their sort of, like, exposed kind of arms and face. And they kind of just appear to be solemnly staring into the fire. So I'll ask the two of you, Mitz and Wolf, is there anyone you want to approach among those individuals you see?
I think Wolf's first instinct would actually to, like, basically call a huddle with Mitz, him, and Joshua.
Yeah,
so like, we need
comes back
a plan.
Just... All right, so what's the plan?
Well, that's what we maybe ask you. One of us can try and tell the inspiring story, try and inspire them, but, I mean, you're their countrymen. You know them better. We can do our best, but I think that you might have the best chance of at least knowing what will inspire them. Mitz, am I off?
Putting me on a pedestal,
huh? Mitz could try to roll, like, some sort of history to see if there's any kind of, like, I guess, historical revolutions on any, like, sort of story they can remember.
Joshua kind of just sighs and says, no need. I have a plan. Nonetheless, make yourselves comfy if you want. If any, in failing that, just try to gather people up in a circle. I'll see what I can do.
We can talk. We can try to talk to the various individuals around and see if they can't also round people up for a speech.
Yeah, Joshua
Maybe
says,
get some conversation.
Do that.
Well, while I have infinite languages.
Yeah, Wolf anyone can understand him, and he can understand anyone as well. So it's like,
you all take advantage of that spell and work on that. I'll gather who I can. Tell them all to meet by these tents as soon as possible. I'll see what words I have for them. And so yeah, just one at a time. If there's anybody specifically y'all want to approach out of the people I listed off. Again, there's the Hashari, who seems very confused. A captured Janaka individual with the headband on. Just the old scarred individual sitting by the fire. There is the one person everyone seems to be avoiding, and Brika, the guide who had the brother who died in the tomb that you guys went into the first session.
Mitz is interested in talking with the Janaka, but like also like Wolf, do you want to talk to Brika?
Sure.
Fair enough. So yeah, Wolf, you walk on over towards the crates. Almost without thinking, you kind of seem like she's maybe just like lost in her own thoughts. Brika kind of like picks a meal and like hands it over to you, but she double takes and just like, I know
They
you.
do look different. Yes. We were in the cave together.
The tomb, when my brother died. You got us out of there. That's certainly appreciated.
I need to apologize. I didn't know what your situation is, otherwise I would have saved you. I would have tried to keep you away further instead of letting you go back.
You couldn't have seen this coming. I took that girl we rescued back home and, well, the Amir's men were already there rounding up people they considered dissidents. I'm not sure what my crime was, but before I knew it, I was taken, I was bound, and as you look a little bit closer, given the firelight, you see black markings going up her arms and on her forehead, and I was branded.
You were valiant with us. And so know that we have a plan. I didn't come here on accident.
That would make sense. Doesn't seem like you're the kind that would get taken alive. That's a compliment, I assure you.
I take it as such. I could use your help, though. You've been here longer. Who here do others look to for guidance?
Well, I've been helping out where I can, handing out rations. Some of the more, well, destitute among us look to me for, I guess, moral centering. So, I guess I count. Outside of that, your bets are the blowhard pirate over there, she points at the Janaka, or the old soldier over there, points at the man by the fire.
To be clear, man by the fire is what race is he?
He's Sithani.
No.
He says,
Okay.
I'll gather whoever I can. What's this plan of yours? What do you need?
I just need people to be ready. There'll be a signal, a big and obvious one.
Well,
and wherever we're at our camps tomorrow night will be the time to escape. We will be making enough interference so that none of the guards will be able to chase.
You saved my life once. If you can get any of us out of this, then you have my aid. I'll gather who I can. And she just kind of.
And I'll point to Joshua and be like, "You'll talk to them to see if he can't."
I'll send whoever I can over there. And yeah, she goes back to kind of handing people meals, but you do see that certain people, she does kind of like pull them close and kind of like point over at Joshua, just like, go over there. You know, just like whispers to them a little bit. And yeah, Mitz, how about you? Let's do you now.
Hey, Mitz is first gonna vibe check this guy because,
Let me go ahead and see if I can get you, you know what? I meant to make a handout for this guy. Let me do that super quick.
I mean, like, Mitz is terrible at vibe checking people.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and roll that while I get this set up. Go ahead. You're fine.
Insight, right?
Yes, please.
12.
All right. So, as you're walking up, you see immediately this guy. He appears male. You realize, well, first off, I don't know what Mitz might have thought at first, but the Janaka aren't all like feather. Most of his guy's body that you can see exposed is skin. It's gaunt. You know, it's gaunt. Like he's very, very, very thin, but it's skin. His head, however, is feathered and bird-like, and he has his wings behind him. And he looks kind of like this. Let me move stream so stream can get a better view. Oh wait, let me. There we go. Boom. So you walk up and you see him just in the middle of this racked tail. And as you kind of get closer, you can hear, because again, you can also speak all languages. You hear. Aye, and then my men and I stormed the bridge, took the captain right out wide-eyed, had him pissing himself, damn I say. And then you hear one of the slaves go, so what happened then? Well, then the Amir's men showed up, and well, now I'm here. And they all kind of break into laughter for a bit. He says, and that's the tale I've ended up in this sad sack with you pieces of shit. Any other fun stories you want to hear? And I think it's around here when you arrive, Mitz.
Well, Mitz will be like, Fair winds, feathered friend.
Why do you talk like that?
Well, it
Not my
sounds
native
to me like you've got quite the stories to tell.
Ah, shut up. You knew. Did you bring a smoke?
Does Mitt still have a smoke?
No, you gave the pack of them to Tava.
Mitt will be like, no, sorry, I handed the last of my smokes off to one of my friends.
He kind of takes the one he has, basically done at this point, out of his mouth, chucks it, and just says, got sold today anyway. No time for the pleasures. What do you want?
Well, you seem to me it's like you seem to me like a man who's got quite the following.
What, you mean these idiots? I tell them stories and they listen. That's all I got.
Well, we've got a story, and you've got the stories, you've got the voice. It seems like you've are quite the, I guess, the leader of these people.
You yap too much. What do you want?
How do you feel about leaving this place?
First thing I've cared about that mouth of yours spitting out. Talk to me.
We've got a plan.
I like plans.
All right. So Mitz is gonna point over to Joshua and is like, "There's gonna be a loud signal tomorrow. Very, very loud. You can't miss it. It'd be quite the distraction for the guards if you can get. So if we can slip past the monocles."
I'm getting the feeling you didn't get in here by chance, huh, girly? He kind of says, "Oh, sorry. I call everybody girly. It's a crew thing."
Not a problem today. And like you can like kind of like see like Mitz like kind of like not like giving like a bit of a glare and it's just like today is okay.
Listen, if you're planning on getting, I'm assuming all these slaves out of here,
As many as we can get.
well then I can probably
who
help.
are willing to run.
Toka Vatiri is the name. Sky pirate by trade. Well,
Mitztone Coatl.
I was, at least. Till I, got myself captured, most of my men killed, and all my witches taken from me. Any case, well, I got some boys out here roaming the sands who might have some means, and maybe, just maybe, I was kind of working on my own plot to get out of here. Probably would have been less cool than whatever it is you have planned, but maybe we intertwine a bit. You got some way to contact whoever you have on the outside here? You have someone on the outside, yes?
We do.
All right. Here's how we do this. I don't necessarily care what your plan is, how you plan on doing it, or what your reason is for doing it. I don't very much like being here. And frankly, seeing all these weird tattoos these people seem to have, I don't necessarily want them. So whatever your plan is, do it and do it fast. But once you get all these sad sops up and rearing, make your way out of town north. There's a small hill embankment you can catch out of. I might just have you guys a ride out of here. If we're lucky, that is. If we're not, and my men aren't there, well, then we're stranded and probably dead. But hey, better than dying here, right?
So we've got some backup, just in case.
Backup's always good. All right, Mitz. Mitz is cool, right?
It's what most people call me.
You got a deal. I'm down for whatever you need. I'm assuming you want us to go meet your fun, blustery snake friend over there?
Bluster is one word for him. He knows what he's doing, though.
Yeah, well, it means I can get out of this shithole then. Better than nothing.
This pirate man might be able to inspire people if we have the right message. He seems.
Yeah.
So yeah, he starts like you can
Yeah,
see him
well, I
kinda,
mean,
like,
look.
yeah, you can see him kind of just like turn away and kind of start like, "All right, you dumbasses, get up, we're going moving." And like, despite them grumbling, the ones who were sitting and listening to his story, they do get up and start moving. Oh, also, I am so sorry. I just realized I had a sound set for this. Let me kick that on into gear. My bad. There we go.
Well, if we had time, I guess Wolf would go towards the soldier, but he's really going to try and, like, maybe see if this is someone who is open to conspiratorial whatever. I have no idea why he's here.
You approach the soldier. Do you want to do anything specific or just walk up to him?
Well, first I just want to, insight this man, see what.
Go for it. Give me
Vibe
that
check.
sight in.
Vibe check. Vibe check.
Give me the check vibes.
Oh, if you would roll.
Close. So close. So close. As you approach, he looks disgruntled. Not happy. Not satisfied. I mean, nobody around here looks necessarily happy except for maybe the pirate. But he just looks unhappily just staring into the fire. Like he's maybe lost in memory or something.
I think Wolf would kind of silently sit a good enough distance that it's not like he's crowding this guy, but also looking at the fire and just like sit for a second. And how did they get you?
Border Patrol. Well, from a not-so-small town that didn't exactly like paying its tithe, so gathered up every sad soul I could and thought, fight back for a bit and maybe the Emir will listen. Power only listens to power, though. You don't need to know the rest of the story. It's pretty self-explanatory, yeah? He looks you up and down, kind of just takes you in for a bit and just looks and says, how many people have you killed?
Oh, I don't tend to count that sort of thing. It seems undignified.
So too many. Yeah, I get that. You got a name, kid?
They call me Wolf. It's maybe obvious, but I'm not from around here.
Name fits.
I do find that power only listens to power. It's unfortunately the way of the beast, but it's what we fall back to when civilized niceties fall away. I think that the problem is you didn't gather enough power then.
Maybe. What's the matter now, though?
It matters now, because I didn't come here by accident.
You're not branded. In fact, your clothing looks a bit too nice to be slave wear. Your stance says you've been fighting at least a decade. Longer. Up close. A brawler, if I had to guess.
Well, I hope we can count on you to protect some of these people, sort of looking around. There will be a large and obvious signal tomorrow night.
Folks around
I can
here,
only be in one place.
Folks around here are broken. Not many want to fight.
The chains are in their mind, I understand. We're hoping we can inspire some of them. If they don't run, don't worry yourself. But the ones who seem willing to at least escape, I would feel comforted if you could help them.
I'm a soldier, kid. Supposed to die fighting. So either I get all of you out of here, or the Emir's men finally put a spear in my stomach. Either way, better than being here.
If perchance you don't find yourself dying fighting, you could find us. Did Wolf hear, from Mitz, the escape plan, possibly? Before he came over this way,
I'm willing to say there was a brief pause between the two where you communicated that. I'm willing to say that happened.
Okay. Yeah. There is a hill where we're planning on escaping. You could maybe find other people who are willing to fight. More of that power.
I've heard rumors. A priestess gathering a rebellion against the Dominion. If that's what you're talking about, I wouldn't mind knowing more. Alright.
You're gonna be strong, friend.
Leans up. You can see just even though it's kind of hard to tell with the scale and it's leather and the sort of smooth skin, his body is just rippling muscle. And he kind of just sits up. One last go in the saddle then, huh? You have my help. I suppose we're gathering over there. He kind of sees the gathering of slaves happening over there.
We need to motivate them, and it might help you as well.
I've always been one for a speech. Why not? And he kind of comes up to his full height, offers you a hand to help you up as well.
I didn't catch your name.
Doesn't matter.
Who will I praise when we all survive?
Yourselves and each other.
It's very wise.
You learn some things when you fight wars, kid. Not everything matters about the individual. Sometimes, the people who walk away carry those who don't. In the end, we're all just a mass of bodies.
I think it's just a respectful bow at this point. He's like, I don't
Come then.
want to overburden this man.
No time for melancholy before all this happens. Let's move. And he just shuffles you all back over.
Yeah.
And I think it's, a few moments later, you kind of have everyone all gathered up. Joshua just kind of looks over, sees, Brika and the Janaka pirate. He looks over and just says, one of the blood rags. Huh! Thought they all got wiped out. Interesting. And he looks over.
I think very close to Wolf. Like, according to him, he's got more. So let's not antagonize him. If we make a big scene getting out, it might be better for the rest of them if a few of us who have an escape route and are stronger lead the rest of the guards away.
Listen, I'm not pissing off the guys who steal bloat whales for a living, okay?
There might be some help for us.
We'll deal with that later. Let's focus.
Mm-hmm.
This all of them then?
These would come.
All right. Am I doing this or one of you?
Well, looking at Pirate. Is that wise? I don't have a feel for this, but he seems extremely charismatic.
Joshua looks over. You see him bulk a bit and just say, no, it's fine. I got this.
Yeah, if there's any way we can help, can Mitz do visual aids or something?
Just stand there.
Says prestidigitation.
He just turns around and just says, just stand there and look imposing, please.
Can do that.
Okay, but Mitz is still gonna try to gather some of their own magical power and just have a try to I guess spew some kind of contained magical aura.
Okay.
Not enough to be obvious outside to the city, but enough to look kind of impressive.
Okay, I'll take it. So yeah, the two of you do that.
And I'll look like a wizard.
Yeah. Joshua steps forward and just says, this is everybody we're gonna get. I'll make this simple. Do you all want to die like this? I mean, like this. In chains? Branded? Forgotten? I don't. Frankly, I don't think I want to die. Ever. Actually. Yeah. If I could, I'd live forever. In these sands. The same ones that raised me. But you know who I think wants to die even less than I do? There's some murmured whispers. The Emir. Those cowardly bastards. They fear death like they fear a fucking plague. So let's bring death right to them. I don't just mean right now. I mean town by town, city by city, wave by wave, and body by body. I say we fight them here and there, and when they rest, and when they think they've won, we keep fighting them. I say we don't rest until every single one of us is branded or dead. What do the rest of you say? And there's some picking up of I guess the rest of them are kind of gathering a bit and says, that's not loud enough, actually. What do the rest of you say? And then they're just...
Wolf would join in loud to try and help.
Yeah, and there's just a big ringing shouting as everyone just picks up and is immediately excited at the concept of this. The guards who are around the cap kind of peeking on this, but they see just the rousing mass of 50 or so slaves. You kind of notice that even people who weren't in that close circle seem to have just been taken up by the fanfare and are just cheering and shouting. So the guards look at all this and just go, whatever they got going on, we don't... That's a fetch to getting trampled. We'll pass. And they kind of just look over and again, just with the rousing, they go, the cheering kind of peers off and breaks off into all kinds of various Sethani tribal songs. As you two are currently capable of speaking Sethani, you hear all kinds of things. There's a song of just of victory in battle, a song of carrying forward, of never surrendering, because victory is not so much the end goal, it's the path. The song of how victory is in the brothers you make as you fight. Victory is in the people you get home safely. Victory is in the families you return home to. Victory is in the people who lose their lives, fighting for whatever cause. This song of just like carouseling triumphantness carries out amongst them, and all the slaves seem to have picked up at this loud chorus, just chanting and shouting. Some of them just even breaking into some sort of dance almost. But all of them, more than anything else, seem inspired. Joshua kind of looks around, almost a bit like nervous. And then seeing him looking nervous, some of them kind of start to calm down a bit. And they just say, but why would we fight besides just taking down the Emir? Joshua gets real quiet for a bit. He looks over at you, Mitz and Wolf, and then turns back. Mm-hmm. Looks over at the rest and just says, there's a woman I love. I think she's powerful and stubborn, and idealistic. But she believes the people of this land have a right to their freedom. That the moment you're born here or anywhere, that life is yours, and that no one should take it from you. I don't know if I believe in that same dream, but I believe in Nakali. And the rest, you can hear some whispers, just like the priestess, like some other murmur whispers, and again they just pick back up into excitable cheer and song as they just appear to have been rallied by this rationalization. And yeah, it's sort of the night carries on with the rest of this for the evening. There's no sign that this cheering or this noise will end anywhere the night. These guys seem like they want to party for the whole evening, just celebrate for a bit, Yeah,
I think then at least Wolf, and he gestured to Mitz also, be like, we need to distribute the plan quietly in the middle of the cheering. That way they might not hear it, the guards. And so just like very quietly, like cheering, but like quietly when he's not cheering, like the signal, it's going to be this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
just
Josh at the crowd says, agreed. Go to any notable soul you can think and give them the signal while the cheers are going on. Once the song dies down, our window is ended. We have to go to bed and seem quiet, all right? For now, just play the slave part. We won't be bothered to be picked up until, well, later in the evening, and if anything, we'll just be left to sit here for a while. It's a bit of a trick the Emirs do to wear down the last of the spirits of their slaves. But today, we leverage it to our advantage. Rest, conserve your strengths. Tomorrow we start a war. And I think with that, we will pass on to the the day passes on. Day 3 of this festival is much more downtrodden than the last two. Those who are at the slave camp, there's definitely a more uppity air at the camp. There's a lot more sort of, not so much enthusiasm as there is just like, again, for lack of a better term, hope. Just this air of palpability as all of them just like kind of feel a bit more motivated, none of them seem to like drag their feet or complain. They all seem to be up and moving, going for their rations. The day passes. Zanari, you are able to go with your bodyguard Mako to grab your gown for the evening. Finally, as the third day comes to a rest, the last sort of vestiges of the festival festivities, as they were, ending, you find yourselves at that, you find yourselves walking towards that game stall where you encountered the young noble Marquis, and true to form, he is waiting for you. He has swapped out, and where previously you saw him in like a relatively fine kind of like, whitish, some light blues here and there, and, some gold trimmings. Here he is donned this very, very fine robe that almost hangs a bit. The sleeves hang a bit off of his arms to a small degree. It is laced and interwoven with these really fine patterns of gold, and he bears about him these sort of twin hanging earrings, one of fine gold, one from each ear. It also has sort of like a fine inlet crown about his head. And as you approach him, he turns, notices you all, and why don't you go ahead and describe for me what he sees?
Okay. Yeah. You can't really go wrong with a little black dress. So, for sure, that's kind of what Z is mostly going to be doing. The outside of it, at least, is this very like almost like shiny kind of a ebony color, but the inside is this like pretty brilliant sky blue.
Ooh.
There is a bit of a, not like a super deep, but a little bit of a leg slit on one side. She would have tried to get like, not like a completely solid mask, but like something a little sheer at least. So it's like, you would have to do a double take to recognize her at least.
Fancy.
So there would be that. And yeah, just mostly a black attire with that sky blue accents wherever necessary.
Perfect. All right, sorry. Streamlabs just yelled at me real quick, so I got very scared that we had somehow weren't live anymore. No. But it's okay. We're good. Everything's fine.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's all fine. All right, so so yeah, you approach and you can just see like he kind of just looks at you like there's almost like a drop just. And as you kind of get closer, he opens his mouth several times to say something, but nothing really manages to make it out. Just
oh, he's so awkward. It feels so bad.
But eventually, after about 6 or 7 times, he just, you look stunning.
Oh, thank you. You also look very handsome.
Oh, this was my father's. He left it to me when he passed. Sorry, that's really awkward. Nonetheless, it's a wonderful night, but I don't believe you want to be outside for too much longer. Shall we go?
Shall.
He does turn and look over at you, Mako, and just offer a wave. Just, hello.
Mako bows slightly.
The two of you walk for a while. Well, I guess the three of you. And you find yourselves in front of the large Emir's Hall, as I properly positioned chat to be in the right place, or extremely be in the right place. There we go. So you approach the sort of this large hall, as it were. There's a door directly in front of you. There are two Torvali out guarding, which maybe slightly gives the two of you pause for a bit, as you had the not best run-in an encounter with them earlier. In the distance, you can definitely hear, just faintly, the sound of this this festival taking place, this large ball taking place in the background. It is intense. It's very, very fun to kind of listen to, honestly. But as that happens, the Torvali kind of approach you. Marquis approaches first. He draws from a sleeve just a golden sort of ticket sort of card, hands it to them. One of them takes it, looks at it, hands it back. He does look the two of you over just once, but doesn't say anything, and just opens the door and allows the two of you in. As the two of you approach, though, Mako, he does stop you and just say, "No weapons," and like offers, like kind of like motions to check you.
Like all inside the armor.
Like I don't think I'm okay. So I guess so I consent to be checked, but like, what do they find?
Nothing.
I'm assuming it's like a pat down, right?
Yeah, they just pat you down. They're looking for like obvious like a sword sheath or a dagger or something like that. They pat you down and they're just no.
They don't notice.
As long as you didn't bring any, they don't
notice that he
anything in
sounds
your
awful hollow when they pat him.
I mean, they notice it, but they're not gonna say anything about that. He's a noble's bodyguard. You might offend somebody. They have manners, asshole.
As long as you didn't bring your rapier, you're probably fine.
Exactly. Yeah. There's nothing like that. Pats you down. It says you're all right. And yeah, the three of you, Marquis leading. As the door opens, he does. You kind of see him just kind of like sucking a breath, just like. And he kind of holds out an arm to you, but like looks away.
And take it. Oh, guys, I feel so bad.
He kind of just takes that, and yeah, the two of you just gesture your way inside, towards the festival. Feel free to make your way in. The first sort of foyer area is just this large, well-lit with twin torches area. There's two massive yabak rugs out on the ground in front of either large door. And you can definitely hear the music and the festivities going on from there. But as you open these other doors here, entering into the way, the first thing you notice is that this large area in the middle here has kind of been depressed down a bit and made into, well, for lack of a better term, a dance floor. And there's all kinds of just noble couples, doing all kinds of formal twirls and twists and things. There are tables off to sides where some people are kind of just sitting over drinks and chatting and things like that. You can see there are some large couches off in the distance there, where just things like that are happening. And it's a little hard to see him on the stream side because unfortunately the stream window does not go up far enough. But if I zoom in and then go up, no, still not working. Never mind. It's okay. We'll fix it. Wait, I got it. There you go. Up to the top, sitting on some couches. Here, I'll even move them so it's a little bit easier for you guys. Sitting on some couches. You can see plenty of the nobles are sitting on like these like long couches, and they kind of appear to be chatting. Some of them even pulling from these large kind of like mechanical or like devices where they kind of place them towards their mouths and inhale for a bit and exhale some colorful smoke.
They're vaping?
Yeah,
That's the worst.
For context, they're hookahing.
Okay.
But yeah, on one of them,
here.
down to the other side of the room, kind of just watching all the things while he pulls from one of these devices and talks to somebody off to the side, is Salim Al-Draisi with his two Mashadi, Kali, and Rabash right there next to him. He doesn't notice you as you walk in at all. He's a bit too focused. There's a bit too many people happening around here. And yeah, you're sort of in these festivities. And yeah, Marquis kind of immediately kind of like looks around and just says, "Oh, sorry, I'm not very used to these. Is that something you like to do?"
Well, you're not alone. I'm not really used to this kind of thing either. What do people usually do?
Well, we could grab a drink or some food, just chat for a bit, maybe share another story or two if you had it. I don't know if you're one for the more exotic substances, but some of the nobles back there are partaking. Or, I suppose if we were to blend in with the colloquial, we could dance.
Tell you what, let's start with drinks first. Maybe like up over here, and it's just gotta like be like diagonal, just so like she can still spot your boy.
Spot your boy.
Boy.
Yeah, your boy.
There you go.
But like still just be like partaking with like just social activities still.
Yeah,
so
and
looking inconspicuous, but also being able to clock.
so yeah, as
where
you move
the
him,
is.
as you move him over towards the table, you just see him kind of like slide outside and just go, "Oh, thank you. I certainly can't dance without any kind of alcohol in me."
I feel that.
So yeah, he pulls you two over to the side for a bit, and you two are idly chatting for a while. Eventually, because you two are eventually brought drinks for a while, because there are servers going around bringing around beverages, and you two have like a first drink, and then eventually a second one does come around. He kind of like takes the second one slower to kind of see if you're planning on taking the second one still, but does sort of tacitly have the second drink, and then just says
to not drink but make it look like you drink.
Yeah, just doesn't want to get sloshed, he's on a date. But effectively, after a while, just kind of starts chatting for a bit. So, where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Oh no, we lost. There we go. We got it. It's okay. Wait.
We good? We good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
It's a little better. It's fine.
Yeah. USB is just being weird.
It's okay.
Well, I'm not from Zor'aa. I'm, just from a scholarly town, a town with a university. Not quite as big as some of the other cities around here. But yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating. If you couldn't tell by the skin, I'm Sethani, and so I'm from here myself. Actually grew up not too far outside of Boone, actually. My father runs a trade town in Mirakal, and that's mostly where we got our wealth from. Now I kind of take that business mobile. I travel around from town to town, selling what I can, and offering odd jobs from my company wherever I can. Well, I'm not really one for taking slaves, frankly. It's just not something I'm a big fan of, so I tend to just hire off whatever workers I can and pay them as best I can. And
That's very noble of you.
thank you. It's not a practice I see well exercised around these parts.
So then, what brings you to a festival like this? Then there's kind of a thing at the center, and you don't partake. Yeah, you don't partake in it. The drinks are hitting me. And
Well,
yeah, that's kind of strange.
unfortunately, despite the garishness of the slave markets, events like these are also good places to network and make connections. In fact, I was told to meet someone here, actually. I was told specifically that I had to meet them at this ball here, and if I couldn't find a way in, then they wouldn't do business with me. I assume it's a matter of status. That's everything around here. I'm actually just waiting to see if they want to pull me aside for a chat or two. I hope you won't mind if that pulls me away for a bit.
No problem.
You're very kind. I'm lucky to have met you yesterday.
I could say the same thing.
You're too sweet. And again, there's some just about a moment or so after where Kali actually walks on over. She comes by your table, stops by the two of you. She says, "There's someone here to meet with you." And it points to sort of the private room over here. She does look over, see you, give you this really wide smile, and then turn and walk away. Right back to where she was. And you'll note she doesn't go over and like talk to the Emir at all. She just goes and stands there.
Oh.
And she says, "Oh, timing could not have been better. If you'll excuse me now, I'll try to keep this brief, I promise. I still owe you a dance after all."
Of course.
And he sort of disappears off to himself for a bit. Let's briefly go check in with our armored friend here. Mako, what are you up to?
Mako is trying his best to keep up the appearance of a bodyguard, so maintaining a safe distance, staying close to the wall. He's here only as something slightly above a servant. So he is refraining from most of the activities of the ball, but trying to keep an eye on Zanari, as a bodyguard would do.
All right.
It's not like you can enjoy the food and drink, but you know.
Mm-hmm. So, so you sort of get some. There's an idle time of just some general just kind of hanging around for a bit, watching. Eventually, though, someone shuffles by you. It's definitely a shuffle, not a clean, organized walk, by the way. But they walk past, stop, double take, turn back. It's the Emir of Mirkal. "I recognize you from somewhere, don't I?" And there's definitely the slightest slur in his voice.
I must thank the heavens for this good fortune. I did not expect I would see you again so soon.
Fortune seems to be striking you. I saw you not long ago and you were a beggar, and now you're, well, I assume something better.
Only marginally. I am here as something of an escort for one of the guests. But it is fortuitous that I see you again, for I believe I may have a way that I may repay your earlier generosity.
Well, repayment is always the one that'll catch the attention of one in power. So, speak quickly, friend.
Very well. It has come to my attention while I've been in the city that you are in search of operatives who may explore a tomb for you.
Yes. There's a tomb not far from here out to the east. I sent some men out there but the results were less than pleasant. So I've been gathering forces here. My plan is to effectively send a veritable army at this tomb and just whatever comes out to kill it very dead. But of course that's costing me plenty of time and money, and well, unfortunately most of the slaves here were going for menial agricultural jobs and mining jobs. I need warriors.
Well, you may be in luck then. And I may be in luck for a way to repay my debt to you. It so happens that I am a member of a Tomb Delvers Guild. Myself and my team, I imagine, would work much more efficiently and cost much less than an army.
Wonderful. Yes. You'll have to forgive. The alcohol's making it a bit hard to think, but yes, this could work very well. You and your Tomb Delvers. My, what a name that is. If you wish to scout out this tomb, I need you not to take down whatever foul thing is there, but perhaps scout it out? Maybe gather more information for me and the men I'll send there? However, if you find yourself certainly confident, and at this point you're pretty sure it's the alcohol talking, then slay it! All on your own, if you will! I'll pay you a fortune for it! And he just goes and walks off, just laughing, just, ha ha! Yes, a veritable fortune! Ha 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 ha! And he just walks off.
Can I do a perception check to see if the Emir of Wadal noticed any of that?
Go for it. I was going to ask you for one of those anyway. Oh, 20. Wow. Holy shite. So, not only... So you look over at Salim, and you notice that not only is he up out of his seat, he's moving. Him and the old man cross paths, and you definitely see him whisper something at him. They clasp arms as the Emir of Merkal turns back and whispers something to him. You see Salim frown his face very angrily for a brief moment, let the gesture go, shakes that, looks over to a certain particular table, and begins a march.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh no!
I'm in danger.
Uh-oh.
I'm in danger.
Oh no.
He arrives
Oh.
at Zanari's table. He doesn't, literally just says nothing. He just walks up, kind of flushes the tail of his long robe, takes a seat. You came back to me.
Exactly.
Well, the formalities don't matter. Fate saw it perfect that you end up here. I hear the airship you were on got raided. How convenient for you.
And rather unfortunate for you, no?
Yes, but unfortunately when one has as much as I have, misfortune can simply be bought through. Yes, let's go with that. Nonetheless, I would be angry at you and all of your friends escaping me, but, well, there's a party going on and I'm in a good mood, and more importantly, you are here. Why?
For your information, I got asked by somebody.
No telling. That lowlife you were sitting here with? Oh, my dear Zanari, you could do so much better.
I'm quite like the type that doesn't take slaves.
I've admired that fire in you. Well, you'll learn that things just work a bit differently around here. I sense you're getting accustomed to them very fast, or else you wouldn't have found your way into here. Nonetheless, I don't believe you were simply asked here out of coincidence. Why are you here? You simply didn't want to speak to little old me, did you? Another chance? I'm open to it.
Sorry, I heard multiple people talking. What?
Sorry, fucking... Tay, behave.
Sorry.
It's your wife. Interest to your wife.
Yeah, I should mention, by the way, you are feeling that similar hum you felt in your ring when talking to Marquis earlier. You're feeling that even more intently now. It's noticeable, like...
Oh yeah, it's there. And seriously, me as a player, I'm just like blue screening right now. I'm so sorry.
You got this, it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
I mean,
yeah, she's going to make
would
it.
maybe be.
Yeah, no, yeah, just making it like very obvious that there is a ring on her finger, and it is what it looks like for sure. Like, you know, just kind of leaning over like this, and just kind of there.
He looks at it, says,
I'm just,
fanciful trinket. Where'd you find it?
it was actually given to me.
I'm sure that's a fascinating story. Mayhap we have it in private?
No.
Well, I wanted to make this interesting. I thought certainly you'd come here to, I don't know, put a dagger in my spine or something else fanciful like that. But there's no way you can do it in front of all these people. So, I thought maybe if I get you somewhere private, we have a fun talk and I'll see whatever it is you have planned, since you simply don't seem keen to tell me. But, if you'd rather stay public, then that's fine. What do you want, Zanari?
Your heart roasted on a spit.
Quite frankly, I was just here to have a good time. I've just been here at the festival having a good time. It's really anywhere else, perhaps very far out of sight that you might want to watch out for.
Cryptic. Nonetheless, if I can't simply entice you with a conversation in private, mayhap that conversation could be negotiating for how I deal with your friends. You are, after all, as it were, on my list. All of you. That could change. Just talk with me. I'm nothing if not amicable. Without even hearing a response, he rises and just points to the room down here and just says, "Come. Why deny me?"
We all know why. That's out of character. We all know why.
Now is the time to make a big thing.
He gestures, and Rabash slides over next to him. He hands him the scepter, and also takes off his crown, which has the sandstone in it. Hands both of them to Rabash and says, "I have no weapons on me. I simply wish to talk. You are a curious one."
Oh, yeah, we're gonna dance with fire, guys. We're gonna dance with some fire. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm gonna go. We're gonna do it.
I'm ready for this.
Rabash will wait right where he is, but the Emir will move down towards this room here. He will open the door and gesture to allow you through. Inside, you see a long chair in the image of some kind of sphinx-like creature on either side, with kind of resting. And there are two very ornate, very comfortable-looking chairs. As you make your way in, he follows after you, comes to the chair that's close to the door, and just takes a seat. And says, "Please, make yourself comfortable. I can have drinks then if we need."
Well, I've actually had a couple, so I think I'm good. And she's just good.
With your date, yes.
Bit opposite. Yes, actually.
Oh, how quaint. Really, you should have shot higher.
Actually, funny you should mention it. I think I've shot about the highest I can.
Oh, but you never asked me. I'd have taken you if you asked. And he says that very deliberately.
I'm talking about this one.
What? This is the second time you've shown that ring. What exactly? Show me. And he holds a hand out.
You aren't gonna take that off.
You don't even try to take it off?
No.
That's fine. What do? Just if he gets almost, you can see him getting impatient. Just if it makes you feel more comfortable, keep it on. Just put your hand down.
Okay, and she'll do it.
And as you put your hand down on his, everything gets cold. And you suddenly feel the world inkily melt away as you find yourself in the void. Just the table and the chairs, and you and the Emir, hand in hand. You hear a sound, like a clicking of heels, one after the other, and then a voice calls out from the ether. "Hello again, my love. It is so great to see you." And from behind the Emir manifests this very tall, unlike her previous form, which had all the extra hands behind her, this form just looks pretty much humanoid, but that long black hair still kind of peters off as if it just becomes the void. And she just comes from behind, wipes the hand on the back of his chair, and just says, "And who have you brought before me?"
Long story short, an absolute dickwad.
He takes his hand away. Nothing happens though. You're still in this void. And he says, "What magic have you cast, woman? What is the meaning of this? Who are you?"
None of it's me. It's someone I shot a lot higher for. Meet my wife.
You are what? And he goes to jump up when this crushing force slams him back into the chair. Like, you just see him just planted into it. And from behind you, you can see Shayada just with a single finger pointed, just sit down. She comes around to your side. And there's another chair there, which you didn't ever see being there before.
Okay.
And she sits.
She has conjured chair, you guys.
She has summoned chair, clearly.
The most powerful ability.
And she sits and says, "Yes, this is my dearest. And you appear to be an annoyance upon her. Has he bothered you, my love?"
Not just me. Quite a number of women, actually.
Oh my. That simply can't go unrequited. Salim begins to literally, like, you've never seen this man afraid, but he's silent, just staring at the two of you, and he looks over at you with eyes that look almost pleading, just, what? And cutting him off, Shayada turns back to you, just almost like whipping her head around very fast, and says, "I feel whimsical, my love, so I'll offer you the choice. Just death for this one, or something worse."
Ooh. What would that entail? What would the second even entail?
The first entails he leaves this world permanently. Not simply leaves it. It will be as if he was never upon it. However, I feel it might be too easy to wipe the stain of this one off the cosmos. So rather, he will live from my attentions. But he will be changed by them. Oh, will he be changed? The choice is yours.
Kind of based on what we're trying to do here, with freeing the slaves and everything. I like the idea of change. I think that's what we're trying to do here, so let's go with that.
Change it is. And she rises from her chair and begins to kind of like, you feel like you can kind of, almost like, even though it's hard to tell because it's all black, you can almost feel that void beginning to writhe and twitch a bit as like energy begins to manifest. And he kind of begins to says, what is the meaning of this? Zenari, what are you doing?
Like I said, none of it's really me.
I am an Emir of the Dominion. You will not treat me like this. Undo this magic now, and I will let you walk away without dying.
No, you listen right here, Salim. And as she says the name, I am going to cast Wallethem's Psychic Lance. I need an intelligence saving throw.
He fails.
Oh, fuck, okay. Ooh, okay, this is actually, okay. So...
You're in your wife's realm. Like...
Yeah, that's fair, this is fine. As this shimmering lance of just pure spiritual and psychic energy just projects from her forehead, just going straight into his as well. As this creature's name is uttered, that was the trigger for the spell. And
yeah, he kind of just recoils backward, and now he's looking at you.
He's gonna take some damage.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll damage if you want, please. Yeah.
For all of you that don't know, this is a UA spell.
UA spells!
It's a UA spell, and it is 10d6 psychic damage.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll that.
42.
Okay, yeah, so he just, again, you have never seen this man in distress ever. As you lance into his brain with this energy,
that's a lot of damage.
He just cries out, just yelps, and slinks back into this chair, now kind of peeling back. He looks between you, and then, as this happens, you hear just very melodically just this. I enjoy the way you play with things, my dear. But please, if you'll allow me.
I just didn't like the idea of him cutting either of us off.
And
Yeah.
he looks up and just
Change
says,
for the better.
he just looks up and just says, "What are you?" Shayada comes up, one hand just over his head, the other under his chin. It slides down to his face, and she comes right up to his, just like nose to nose effectively, and just says, "Death, little snake." And you kind of, again, you feel just like, at this point, the twitching and writhing of the void around you is just frantic. Like, if you weren't naturally just somehow completely comfortable in this by virtue of maybe just the way it's being made for you, you get the feeling that you would feel like there was like bugs crawling all over you almost. As there is this bright snap, you hear, as it's all fading, this deafening scream like a man has just had his limbs pulled off and acid poured in the wounds. Like, it is the most blood-curdling, nonsensically inhuman scream you have ever heard in your life. And as this, it kind of consumes everything, this void peeling away into light, you hear, "See you soon, my love." And it fades back into reality. And Salim is just sitting there, looking at you, eyes wide, lips trembling. And he says nothing.
Well, that is, yeah, all I really came to do, to answer your question. Nice seeing you again. Just remember, change is for the better. Do better. And he's just gonna leave, I guess.
Yeah, as you come back out of the door, he just sits there, just still. Rabash is still standing there, and he does look at you, kind of quirk an eyebrow at you as you come out of the door.
It'll be a lot easier to keep a leash on this one now. We had a talk. But yeah, nice seeing you again, kind of. I'm glad you didn't stun me this time. I don't know, maybe we can get to know each other better at some point. Changes for the better, remember that. And she's just gonna keep fucking walking, she's trying to leave.
You're leaving?
I have no idea what just.
Yeah.
Like,
so
just
as you're walking on, yeah. So as you're making your way back towards Mako to inform him of whatever your plan is, you do see Salim eventually.
He didn't hurt you, did he?
Yeah.
Because Mako doesn't know what just happened.
Well, you guys do both notice this door very slowly open, and Salim just kind of shamble his way out. He looks over at Yuzanari and then quickly cuts his eyes away. He walks, again, just trying to reassemble himself into whatever kind of noble image he has. Walks by, stops here and just says, "This isn't over." Walks past, just said, and you can hear him say, "Gather Kali, we're leaving."
Wouldn't be any fun if it was over, would it?
He doesn't respond. He looks at you as you say that, but he just says nothing. Kali slides on down over here, and the three of them, as a unit, start making their way towards the door. Take it from here, friends.
Yeah, I am just felt better than ever right now. How's it been out here?
Nothing to report. I did make contact with the Emir of Merkal.
Man, how did that go?
He would like to hire us for an expedition.
That's some really good news. More stories for what happened in that room later. Not gonna talk about that here. But have you seen Marquise? Where is he still talking to somebody?
As you look around, he is now out of the room. He has a drink in his hand and kind of just like is looking around. But he does seem a little bit downtrodden.
Oh, but why?
Well, because you're not there, obviously.
Oh, because I'm not there. Well, I'm there now. Yeah. Tell you what. Yeah, she'll go up to him and offer a hand out for like one dance or two, and then like she wants to leave.
Yeah. So you take his hand, and he again seems really nervous. The sort of Sithani cultural dance is definitely usually male led, and so there's definitely some awkwardness in the. I honestly go as far as to, like, the first whole song is just awkward. It's just there's a lot of tripping of feet and some weirdness. But eventually in that, like, sort of lull between songs, he just kind of just takes some. Okay, and he kind of rallies himself, and that second dance it's pretty smooth, honestly. You kind of find yourself just like twirling about. He kind of seems to get a pretty good handle on you. A lot of the dance is kind of like allowing your partner freedom to move, but kind of keeping like a hand on them, so you kind of can like bring them back into you. So he kind of gets a pretty good handle on just kind of like letting you go to sort of spin for a bit or anything like that. And yeah, by sort of like the halfway through the second dance, you turn back, he just has like the widest smile on his face. He's just having a great time. After that ends, he just says, "If you have to leave now, that's fine. I don't think I'll be staying much longer anyway, but I want to thank you again. This has been an experience, Zanari."
Say the same. Thank you for the opportunity. Would you want to keep in touch at all? I can sometimes cast sending or something like that. I'm not sure where you usually are if you travel a lot.
He kind of just says, "Well, as far as traveling, I'm around a lot, but my party's headed for Al Sal in the next week or so, which is where we'll likely be there. But if not, then we'll be headed back from your call in some time. As for your question, nothing would make me happier." Sorry, was that too much?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, it's not too much. Hey, like, you know what? She's just gonna like hold out like just like a hand, like shake hand, and just be like,
Yeah.
friends. Like
he'll kind of like look. Friends.
Oh.
And then he'll just be like, "I hope you have a good evening, Zanari."
you too.
And I think it is as that's going that you head back over to Mako, and you notice that, enough times passed, the Emir has gathered his things, said his goodbyes as he has to. He is undoubtedly on his way out the door, but you do see that as he's passing the Emir of Mirkal one more second, and the party's kind of quieted down for a bit because everyone's kind of wondering why the host is leaving. So you can almost hear, just loud enough, "You are involved in this somehow, old man. And I know it." And he goes to walk out of the door. With Kali and Rabash behind him. And he is getting towards the door. Go ahead.
Okay, like, we gotta leave because, like, we're still, like...
Got to go loud.
Yeah, we gotta go loud now.
And I won't make you two roll stealth. He's clearly not going to try to intercede or stop you at all. You two managed to definitely just sneakily make your way back out of the back out of the ball. And again, yeah, it's coming to a close now. It's a bit later in the evening. People are beginning to make their ways out. It's still kind of going, so people are still sort of up and moving, but it definitely seems like it's a bit of a lull going on in general. And so how does this happen?
What happened?
Wait, I'm trying to think of something that's gonna make like a really big ruckus and a really big distraction.
Chloe is about to shoot that man in the head. Is there anything bigger than that?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay.
Ready
Z
for his
is
shot,
going.
that's about it.
Yeah, Z is going to cast Major Image, just kind of like around like where the door is, and is just like going to try to make it like as obvious as she can that like the target is approaching, even if it's like a physical like just like target or something.
Manifest a big neon sign. Just shoot here.
Like, shoot here.
Yeah. So I'll say like you managed to kind of like honestly like and it's almost everyone at this point outside is so drunk and smashed that almost no one notices. But for a brief second, the color of the mayor's hall just changes. It just becomes like a bright pink for a second. And Ploy, you've been hanging out at this large bell tower, outside of the town. You found you and Ned have scrambled on up, and you're used to spending a lot of time waiting for your prey. So you've probably been up here just about all day, if not a day and a half, just waiting. Just taking your time, practicing, and you see that pretty clearly. Just like, okay, and so you're looking at the door when coming right out. Right at the front of the procession, angry and trumped up and looking a little lost, is Salim El Draisi, the Emir of Wadal. What do you do?
So, Play at this point has been up there with Net for a really long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Having practiced with his gun for, however long he's had it, he knows how important it is to, have a steady body, right? And it being, I'm assuming, the dead of night now, and it being cold, as a cold-blooded lizard folk, that's made a little easier. On top of that, he knows that by emptying his lungs and holding his breath, he can slow everything down even more, and be even more of just like a solid presence.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna relax, take aim, dial the gun to 20, and fire.
Do it. So, are you're taking on 20 heat?
Yes.
Then go ahead and, I'm gonna say, given your preparation time and all the things, I will accept some kind of skill check as your attack roll rather than just a flat attack roll if you want. If you just want to do a flat attack roll against his AC, then go for it.
I don't really have any.
Pick quickly.
Yeah, I'll just do an attack.
Survival, maybe?
Go for it.
Mm-mm.
Let's see. But I will give you advantage given the time you spent sitting around. So I'm okay with that. And the 21 is actually, let me get a sheet up. That's a hit. Go ahead and roll damage, Ploy.
20 d8s, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
No. It's /R or
Yeah.
/R?
Yeah.
That was / roll.
You could
Well,
do
you
Yeah,
can
it.
use an R.
Oh, just R? Okay.
There we go.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So fun fact, between the spike, the mental spike, and this, it was actually 3 more than enough. But
Yes.
yeah, he is walking, and everyone all across Boone, and in a metaphorical sense, maybe even all across Zor'aa, hears this crackling sound like a lightning bolt just shoot out as this flash of red, brilliant crimson, flares out from the top of this bell tower. Everyone looks in shock and awe. Kali and Rabash are in their stances, but even they look awe-stricken. Salim al-Draisi, Emir of Wadal, the Crown of Daggers, looks around, wondering what all this noise and nonsense is, and looks down to find from about septum to navel, there's a hole in his body. And with the barest whimper, the Emir of Wadal falls over, dead. An explosion, raucous and loud, rings out from the warehouse, you guys can see from where you are. And you can hear screaming and shouting and, well, fighting and sword clashing. And as through the streets, you look, as at their head is Joshua, his rapier held high, as the slaves pour out about the market streets. The few Torvali who have gathered around the Emir are almost swamped. They definitely turn and cut a few slaves down, but eventually there's just too many hands on them, as they're just trampled over. The warrior serfs who are there break and run, nobles and merchantmen and people just scattering left and right as this town turns into absolute anarchy. And over it all, you hear Joshua just, "To the hills! For the North Hills!" And I think for there, we'll call it an end.
Hey.
I want to thank all of my lovely, amazing players for stopping in and having this awesome session with me. We went an hour past where we were supposed to, and I am so sorry for that. There was just so much fun happening.
So fun.
That was really good.
Yeah, so let's just get y'all out of here super fast so we can move on, and we'll do breakdown for those who still want to hang around afterwards. So go ahead, tell the people who you are, where they can find you, who you did today. That's
Who did
it.
you do today?
You know what? Fuck it. Take it away, Wolf.
My wife.
My wife?
Yeah, my wife. No, my name's Tate Washburn. I play Wolf, the Shifter Barbarian. You can find me at kinda_writing on Twitter. You can find me here. I run the Neon Lights game on the opposite weekends. I'm here. I'm also going to be in a one-shot on Wednesday that's going to be real cool that I'm sure Foxxii will talk about in a second. But
It's gonna be
that's,
great! I can't
that's
wait!
me. We'll do it on you when we get back to you.
Gotcha.
Real quick. Michelle.
All right, Michelle. I don't have social media. Sorry, don't worry about it. I
It's
played
not
with
real.
Stone Quaddle, our Quaddle folk wizard. Yeah, there we go. That's it. I will be GMing that one shot on Wednesday, so pass it on to the
Oh
next
my
person.
wife's so funny. It's fine.
Hi, I'm Lucian. I play Ploy, the guy with the big gun. And I'm not gonna be in the one shot on Wednesday.
He's not. That's true. He's not actually.
Hey guys, it's me, Sir Heckalot. You know, you can find me at Sir Heckalot on like all of the social medias, Twitch, Twitter, all the stuff. Just go look. I
Fucking put some
played
effort in.
the Clash Tower Bard, College of Spirits, and
Don't
this was
watch it.
wild. I will be in the one shot on Wednesday, but you'll also see me tomorrow for Only War in His Divine Name. So stick around for that. And yeah. Let's keep on moving on.
Fair enough. Let's keep on keeping on.
Alright.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Dan. I am here sometimes. I do this as Mako, the Possessed Suit of Armor, and I'm here every other Sunday as Doc Huckabee for the Cyberpunk Red campaign. The very nice doctor who really is like tends to be the voice of reason in the team sometimes.
Imagine having reason.
Yeah, imagine that.
The brain cell.
Imagine. You gotta be the one brain
That's
cell.
me.
Anywho, what's
And
up?
then I
It's
pop
me.
up here and there sporadically.
Yeah, that's true.
You can follow me on Twitter at LandTheDan. One word, 9 letters. I post food pictures a lot.
That does
most.
happen. What up? It's Young Foxxii, aka Big Foxxii, aka still banned from Twitter Foxxii. Don't find me on Twitter because I'm permabanned. So, but hang out with me around here on Discord and check out my SoundCloud too if you want. I'll probably get a new Twitter at some point when I feel like it. I'm just enjoying the internet break for a while, honestly. It's a purge, it's a cleanse. This is Tinker, my dog. She's great. She also wants to get on my lap now, so fine, go away. Thought you wanted to be friends with me. That's fine. Fuck you. Anyway, if you want to see me, tomorrow I run In His Divine Name, our Only War campaign, which will be fun. Then you'll see me again on a couple other places, but specifically here, you'll see me Wednesday for a one-shot, which we keep talking about, so I might as well spill. Wednesday, June 30th, it's going to be A Blade's Will, the one-shot. It's going to be a one-shot using the Naruto 5e supplement in our created Naruto universe. Our lovely Michelle is GMing. It's going to be fucking amazing. We've got me and Tate and Sir Heck and our homeboy Spree playing. It's going to be a great time. We have super awesome characters. We got Text RP coming out to have like interactions for our characters. It's great. It's super fun. You don't want to miss it. Be there Wednesday. That's all I got to say. Other than that, I'm going to be back here again.
Trevor.
That's true. Other than that, I'll be back here Sunday again for Cyberpunk Red, playing Fox, trying to run for mayor and look damn good doing it. And that's really all I got. Do we have any raid targets, my loves? Anything pretty
Is
good?
Ark still on? Ark is still on.
Is Ark still on?
Yeah, he's still on. He's
Oh,
playing
bet.
Pokemon
Yeah,
Sword
we
and
can raid
Shield.
Ark. I'm fucking with the Ark raid. Ark raid sounds litty.
I shot
do
the
that.
Mercall. I'm shot the Emir. Tell him that.
I shot the Emir, but I didn't shoot the deputy.
What were you saying, Heck? Was like change is good or change is strong?
That change is a good thing.
Change for the better. I don't know.
Hey,
It's
listen,
better
all I'm,
afterwards.
again,
Yeah.
and we'll talk more about breakdown
Who
later
better?
afterwards. I want to get y'all out of here, so we got our raid going. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with
Better
us
is
and
better.
for dropping shit in chat and for loving us. Please come in, hang out with us some more. We love you all because you're great. And, yeah, bye, babies.
Bye.
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 Wait, are we rating
Ark.
TPK or Ark?
Did I pick TPK?
Bye.
I think you might have picked.
Oh, we ready?
Fuck!
Okay, never mind.
Fuck!
That's
I
fine.
fucked it!
It's